All right, happy Saturday afternoon. I am Brian Glenn. We are live from Dallas, Texas for the NRA National Convention and Meetings here at the Kay Bailey Hutchinson Center in downtown Dallas. Great afternoon on tap for you to unpack a few things. A pre-program here with some speakers starts at around 2:40 here local time, and President Trump is scheduled to speak at 3:15 as well. We've got lots to go over. We got the latest polling numbers for the president versus Joe Biden. We also have debate talk and all of the conversations around the three debates that are tentatively scheduled right now. And also we'll take a look at the economy and what's going on over in the Middle East and how it can affect all of us. But before we get into all of that, I want to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. We're going to talk about the economy. We're going to talk about inflation. We'll talk about exactly how hard the American people have had it under this Biden administration, how your savings have been affected for that. You can really secure your savings and your investments by texting the words Trump to 989898. Get that free information kit from the Birch Gold Group. They are Better Business Bureau rated, A+ rated rather. Thousands of our viewers have reached out to them for that free information kit. They can show you how to transition from a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. Now, traditionally, gold has been a safe place to put your investments. So do not ride out if you're in the early 50s or late 40s and you've got a little bit of transitioning time before you retire. You definitely want to secure your savings. So check out our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. All right, so this is the NRA convention. This is 14 acres of gun enthusiast companies, and anything around hunting and fishing industry is here at this convention center. Now, this last year, if I'm not recall, this was in Houston, so it kind of has been flipped, going back and forth between Houston and Dallas for a number of years now. But this is probably one of the biggest ones they've had so far, and as this really increasing conversation around gun control that the left is continuously pushing out, and of course hunting and fishing enthusiasts, especially hunters obviously, have been really making sure that their Second Amendment right is secure. And of course when you talk about your safety and your defense, obviously handgun license, as it does vary in certain states. Now in Texas it is an open carry, it's constitutional carry rather in this state. And so, obviously you won't see anybody walking around here today with a gun anywhere near this building. But you can in Texas. And a lot of people, they travel into the state of Texas from states like New York or California or even the District of Columbia, and they see exactly how stringent the laws are there for any kind of handgun license. They come here to Texas and they're like, my goodness, it seems like everyone has a gun. And if you look at the millions of registered gun owners in the state of Texas, it seems like a lot of people have firearms. But it's your Second Amendment right, and of course the president coming here today to support that right and talk to what would be, I would think, and we'll show the crowd here in just a second, it would be a sold out room. There's no doubt. Now the seats behind me right now that you'll see, that is for reserved special tickets for the NRA, so I'm sure those will be seated as soon as they get here. But the general admission, people who just showed up today at this convention hoping to see the president, that's who's already in the seats right now. So let me step aside, let you take a look at it, and give you a good idea of what the room looks like at this point. Obviously, Armed Forces Day is a big part of one of the reasons why I think we have this NRA conference today here in Dallas. And I was talking to a few convention goers here recently as I made my way in here, and you've got some people. I met some people from California, and they're like, "Hey, this whole gun culture is kind of new to me." They moved to Texas and decided that at that point that they wanted to go ahead and exercise their Second Amendment, and they went through the proper channels to get in the paperwork and picked out their firearm and went through the safety course, and now they're a proud gun owner. And I would imagine there's many of those stories here in this room, longtime NRA members and people who literally signed up perhaps today, because in the lobby there is an area for information to get that membership, that 1 year, that lifetime membership. It's all right here, all the benefits of joining the NRA, which, by the way, coming at the bottom of the hour, we're going to have a representative on with us from the NRA to talk about the membership and what their goal is and how they have been one of the biggest, defenders of our Second Amendment that we have here in this country. So she'll come on and talk about that. In the meanwhile, we've got some great country music playing in the background, and as people make their way into this arena, this is what you would find at a Trump rally. The magnetometers, a full security is in force here, so it does take a little bit to process people into this room, but it has in the last 30 minutes started to fill up. Even this reserve section that I talked about earlier, that is even starting to fill up. That was completely empty just a matter of maybe 20, 30 minutes ago. So people definitely are coming in. And the excitement outside very much seems like a Trump rally. People have their Trump gear on, hats, T-shirts. They're all in line. As I walked by and they said, hey, right side, they know, that Trump's going to be in the House before too long. And so it's kind of an exciting moment for a lot of these people. I've found typically in the past, people that go to a convention of some sort that the president's speaking at, a lot of times those are people that have never seen the president before. They've never gone to a rally. They may be a supporter of that particular convention, but have never seen the president. So it is a treat for a lot of people, and this is the first time they would have heard the president in person. Obviously, I would imagine they have, obviously heard his speeches on television and saw clips on social media. But for many people, this is their first time in person to do all of this. And so that's the look right now. But I do want to step in here, and I want to take a few minutes before we get started today and make a serious announcement. Many of you have been with this network from day one and follow the journey of Right Side. But today, here in Dallas at NRA, is my last day on air with RSBN. And I've got to say, it has been an amazing nearly 4 years of covering some of the most historic political events in our history. Now, I look back at some of the things that we've covered, and it's everything from the historic 2020 election, even the tail end of the 2016 election, the fallout of the 2020 election and all the election discrepancies and all the public Senate hearings that we covered, everything from our coverage on January 6th as well. We were there, and it has been a big part of your life, and it's been a big part of my life. And I'll think back of some of the most emotional moments that I've had here at Right Side, other than probably today, was President Trump's last day when he left to go back down to Mar-a-Lago from Joint Base Andrews Air Force Base, where we brought you live coverage of him leaving for the last time on Air Force One. So we've covered lots of stories, lots of events, and it's all been a part of this Right Side family, and you have been a part of my family, and I certainly hope that I have been a part of yours as well. I want to start out by thanking God, who's given me this opportunity to do what I'm doing right now and to do one of the things I love the most, and is talking about what's going on in our society, what's going on in politics, what's going on in our culture. So I want to thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for forgiving us of our sins and forgiving my mistakes personally, and God for really blessing me with the opportunity to work here at Right Side. I would not be here if it wasn't for God's grace on that. And then secondly, I want to thank Joe and Bridget Sills and Mama Sills, who gave this guy a chance on a network. I know it wasn't their initial idea to have me on as a correspondent, but I'm so glad they listened to God's guiding them to do that. I'm so glad they listened to Mama Sills, who told them to give this guy from Texas a chance to come on and make a name for himself. Without Joe, Bridget, Mama Sills, I simply would not be here. And if they did not believe in me, I would not be here. So I really want to thank them. I could not have done this without them. And then I want to thank my family, because over the last nearly 4 years, as you know, this job takes you on the road relentlessly. I feel like I've been doing it continuously for almost 4 years. Very little time at home, very little time on the weekends, because you guys know a lot of these events happen on the weekends. It's taken me, I've crisscrossed this country I don't know how many times. And so I want to thank the support of my family that have been there. They believed in me. They knew the sacrifices that I was making to cover all of these events so that you guys can see it as well and be informed. And I want to thank my 3 kids. I want to thank their mom, who has been the rock of that family. When I've been gone, she has been there to make sure that the kids obviously are taken care of and all the needs at home are made. So I want to thank my family as well. But also, I want to thank you, the viewer, because without you, there is no RSBN. From the very beginning, you guys believed in this little network that basically just went around and tried to cover as many rallies as they could. If I'm not mistaken, they covered just about every one of them. But it wasn't for the generosity of our viewers and our supporters. I know it means a lot. And this job is not easy. It comes with a lot of scrutiny. As you can imagine, it comes with a lot of criticism. Not only do people don't like us because we are a conservative news outlet, but then they have other reasons why they don't like you as well. But the positive feedback we get from you, the positive feedback we get in the comment sections does not go unnoticed, and we are very grateful for that. I also want to thank our production team. Now, these are the people that you don't get to see. These are our camera operators, our folks down in master control that spend just as many hours working on a broadcast than I do in front of the camera. So I want to give a special thank you to Will, who's here with me today, and others that are probably watching at home. Thank you so much for your sacrifice of traveling this country, giving up your personal time to serve the American people and to serve Right Side. And that does not go unnoticed as well. The moderators who patrol all of our social media pages, who watches the comments, make sure everybody's keeping it between the ditches there. And thank you for believing in this company. Thank you for sticking with us through these long rally broadcasts. You're there, you're reading the chats, you're making sure everyone stays civil, and I appreciate you as well. But really, I want to thank you guys at home. I hope that I've been able to bring value to what I do here. I hope that you're a little bit more informed every time we sign off on a broadcast. That's been our goal from day one, and that's been my personal goal, is I want you to know what's going on. And I can't tell how many people just in the last hour have come up to me off the media riser here and have said, hey, thanks for doing what you do. Thank you for showing the American people the truth. Thank you for being there for President Trump the entire time. And that's exactly why I do this job. It's because I care about this country, I care about President Trump, and I care about the American people. Lastly, thank you to all my co-hosts that I've ever worked on this media riser with. Everything from Liz Willis in the very beginning, Mike Nificent, all the others guys that really started off way before I did. I came at a time that we kind of had a transitioning, and I want to thank all of Christina Baugh, Vanessa Broussard, Scott DeFalco, and many others that have stood on this media riser with me and have given up their time and effort to contribute to the team. So thank you for that. But yeah, today is my last day on air here at Right Side. I'll be behind the scenes for the next couple of weeks as they get transitioned into some wonderful programming coming up. I'm not at the point yet. I'm not at the liberty to tell you where I'm going, but I just know that the American people, President Trump, and obviously speaking the truth is still going to be in the forefront of what I do. So I just want to say thank you to everyone at Right Side for giving this guy from Texas a chance. I'll step aside and show you where I'm at. I'm at Kay Bailey Hutchison Center here in downtown Dallas for the annual NRA convention and meetings. Now, this has been going on throughout the week. Meetings, different initiatives that this organization is involved in, so many different things. But this is the highlight here. This is where it all ends, and this is where, this is where the rubber meets the road tonight. We've got some speakers beforehand starting at around 2:40 local time. And then President Trump is scheduled to speak at 3:15 local time. We got some people down there waving at us. And, of course, right side, as I said before, has been a big part of sharing this story for the American people. And we appreciate their feedback for there. We got lots to talk about today. We are going to have at the bottom of the hour, we'll have a spokesperson from NRA come up here and say a few words about the NRA and how you can get involved. And as we kind of move into this, this gray area of whether or not, we've got people coming for, our firearms, coming for our guns. Events like this and the educational purposes as well is so important. And it's also important, and I read a stat the other day that was kind of really surprising, to be honest with you. It said people in the hunting and fishing sector, lifestyle sector, have some of the lowest voter turnout when it comes to voting in the main election. And I thought that was very interesting because you're talking about a huge segment of our population, that gun enthusiasts, outdoor enthusiasts, that their lifestyle is based around the fact that they simply need a firearm to do what they love to do. And if I would think they would want to get politically motivated to protect those rights. So I hope that events like this have a type of educational angle to them to get people out to vote. Because it does matter who is in charge. It does matter what policies are on board, because that is what guides legislation, and that would ultimately guides what you are able to do or what you can't do here as a citizen. So that is one of the goals here, I know, at NRA, and of course the spokesperson later will talk about that. If you want to look at the polls, the latest polls going head-to-head, and we'll talk about this upcoming debate that Biden put out this very snarky video a couple of days ago. You all saw it on social media, basically calling out President Trump to, make his day, pal, and I heard you're available on Wednesdays. That type of approach, which, by the way, I think there was 51 edits in that video that probably took him 2 hours to make. I don't think he could have done what President Trump does on those Truth Social videos where he pumps them out, and I've been there when they recorded them, and they just go over and over and over again. The guy's flawless. One take wonders what he is. But President Biden pushed out basically an announcement that he wanted to debate President Trump, and with stipulations. And of course, CNN will host one, the first one I believe, and ABC News I believe has another one. And the stipulations being that there is no live studio audience. There is no... Let me step aside real quick, because it looks like we got a couple announcements here on stage. Just listen in.
We're obviously among friends here, so don't be shy. Go to the middle of the aisle. We want to get everybody in. There's lots of folks still coming in. We got to thank our U.S. Secret Service security detail and their staff to getting you guys in as efficient as possible today. Who's here to see President Trump? Well, we still have a little bit till we start our program, but I just want to introduce myself. My name is John Comerford. I'm the Chief Operations for NRA ILA. And I think one of my colleagues is hiding back here behind the stage. Her name's Jen Bream, and she's our Deputy Executive Director. She's got a couple things for the crowd. Send it.
With the whole world as a witness, gonna flip that Mr. Message. Gonna spend this life together, dropping F-bombs like forever. With the whole world as a witness, then I'll flip that Mr. Message.
So, quick introduction there. Let's talk about our friends over at the Wellness Company. They've got this great emergency medical kit that can help you in case of any type of pandemic. Now, we know exactly what happened in 2020 with COVID and how it took so many people by surprise, and perhaps you were scrambling to go see your doctor and could not get an appointment. So this medical emergency kit is really a lifesaver, in my opinion. Dr. Peter McAuliffe and others have put this together. It's got ivermectin and all the other necessities that you need to stay safe, stay healthy in case of an emergency. Now, the information is on your screen. Do not forget to put the promo code RSBN at checkout. There's a special offer for you right there. But let's just talk about the unexpected. No one expected that in 2020. Absolutely no one did. I remember exactly where I was at when school got canceled, and they said, "Hey, Dad, we've got an extra week in spring break." And of course, my kids were excited. They just thought they were going to sanitize the school. And next thing you know, none of us went back to school, and a lot of us didn't go back to work. But everyone had the effects of this virus, this pandemic. So I just encourage you to plan for the unexpected. Get this emergency medical kit. Information is on your screen. Protect your family. I like to say, keep one at home, keep one at work, keep one in your car, because you never know when you're going to need it. The emergency medical kit from Dr. Peter McAuliffe. It looks like they're shooting some, I guess, some T-shirts or something in the crowd, which I got to say, this is the first time I've seen them do this at this particular event, which is kind of cool. And of course, fans love to, we've all seen this done in a basketball arena and things like that. People love to get involved and catch some swag and some merch as they are getting the crowd fired up here at the NRA. If you're just now joining us, Brian Glenn live here. Unpack a brief message from the speaker here, and he said they're going to get into the program here shortly. I think it's scheduled to start around 2:40 local time. President Trump's scheduled to speak at 3:15. But getting back into these debates, and we all want to see the debates. We all want to see exactly how President Biden stands up toe-to-toe, and we've seen President Trump roll out the podium that says any place, anytime, let's go. He's been calling for these debates forever, and of course, now Joe Biden thinks it's his, he's got to come out and do these debates. Now, some people are saying, a couple local conservative stations here had a decent take on this. This is some of the earliest debates that we've seen in a presidential debate. Usually they're reserved well into late July, even August sometime, even September sometimes. I was told months ago that they would start at the end of September, early October, going into the November 5th election. So this is way, way ahead of what is typically planned for a debate. Now, here's a theory, and I want you to, stay with me on this. Are these debates really for the American people? We know how sharp President Trump is. We know his 47 agenda. We listen to his rallies. We hear his speeches. He knows the topics inside and out. He had one of the most successful presidencies, if not the most successful presidencies of all time in American history. So, and we don't know what Joe Biden has done the last 4 years. So we know how disastrous his policies are. So when you combine them on stage, if you just want to look at the issues and talk about what's best for America, I think that's a clear-cut decision as far as who's going to win. But see, I think these debates are for the insiders, the Democrat donors, the lobbyists. I think this debate is for them. He's got to shine for them. If he comes out and lays an egg on that first debate and just blanks out like he very well could, and especially Trump's tactic of really getting in there and pushing them on topics, which, by the way, there is no studio audience. Because if there was a studio audience, President Trump definitely feeds off the energy of the people, very much like he does a rally. But since there will be nothing but cameras and moderators, it's going to have a different feel. So when President Trump has Joe Biden on the ropes, you're not going to hear the crowd necessarily feeding into that. So it's going to take the drama out of it. And I think having an audience helps Biden more than anything, because we know that President Trump is going to get the crowd going. And I think here's another angle. I'm not even sure Joe Biden could pull enough people to fill his side of a debate arena. Where are the supporters for President Biden? I've often said that. We've saw 100,000 people in Wildwood, New Jersey last weekend. We saw the amount of people everywhere. Where's the Biden supporters? I don't know how you can sit in a debate stage and listen to those two debate and cheer on Joe Biden, because all he's going to do, and I can already take a page out of his playbook, is he's going to attack President Trump on personal attacks. He won't talk about policy. He won't talk about what he did in office. It's going to be personal attacks. All of these Biden sham of lawsuits that he's sitting in these courtrooms 5 days a week, 3 days a week. He's going to talk about those. He's not going to talk about the policy. So I just want to point out that these debates, in my opinion, aren't really for the American people. They're for the donor class. They're for the Democrat Party, that if he comes out and completely lays an egg in the first one and then basically makes it to a second debate, that's when the Democrats can stop and pivot, and at that point be able to pick another nominee at the Democrat National Convention. It's possible. There's ways they can do that. If you look pretty much what they did with Bernie Sanders back in 2016 with the super delegates that Hillary Clinton had. I mean, he didn't have a chance to win from day one the way it's set up. So I really look at these debates as being kind of his tryout to be the nominee for the Democrats, because the numbers are ridiculously low. He's got one of the lowest approval ratings in American modern history for presidents. And all the things that Trump has gone through is, with the CS polling being 10, 12, 13 points plus in certain states. Georgia's up 13. Down in Nevada, he's up 10 plus points. Arizona, he's up. He's even up in states that you would not expect it. Now, I think the latest in Michigan was he was a plus minus 1 or 2, which is in the margin of error for that. But overall, he's doing an incredible job. So this debate is for trying out Joe Biden to be the nominee. All right, we'll get into that a little bit later. Let's talk about freetrumpbook.com. We'll talk about a publication that speaks the truth, a publication that absolutely shows all the accomplishments of President Trump, and they do it in a way that's easy to read. So if you've got little ones that maybe have graduated, they're going on to 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, kindergarten, read it to them. This is perfect. freetrumpbook.com. Now, there is a small shipping and handling fee, so I'm going to point that out. You got to do that. But the book is free, and you can get a couple of them, put one in your community center, put one in your school library, put one in your church, give one to your grandson, your granddaughter, your own kids, heck, even your college student these days. Give it to them. They need to know the truth, because they're not going to learn about it on the University of TikTok. I often say that because that's where people get their information. Unfortunately, young people do. They're misinformed. Even adults are misinformed. So get this book, freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. We got to push back on this socialist agenda that's happening right now. I'll share a personal story. This past week, I was in one of my favorite places to go. It was a cigar lounge, and I was sitting back away from the other guys that were in there, and they were enjoying a cigar, watching golf, and they started talking about politics. And I heard somebody say, there's no way that I can vote for a guy that sits in a courtroom and faces all these felony counts of this and that, and the mishandling presidential documents, and just went down the laundry list of lies, basically, that he's been sold to by the media and the corrupt weaponization of our courts. So I found the need to step in a very polite way, very gracefully. I didn't jump in there and start throwing haymakers. That's not my style. But I did step in and say, you know what? I think you've been misinformed. And over the last 40 minutes or so, I was able to kind of break down these lawsuits and break down the misinformation that is and why they should not be happening, And at the end of the time, they said, wow, I have never heard what you've said before. I said, of course, because you watch the mainstream media, they're not going to talk about this. We do, but he was not, obviously was not aware of Right Side. But that's what it's going to take. And to go back to the book, that's what the book does. The book talks about the truth. And it's going to take people like you and me and thousands of other supporters in this room right now to push back on the lies that are constantly told about President Trump. That's our job. This is the time to do it. And I often hear people say, well, I don't like to get involved in religion or politics. And I'm like, you know what? You have to. The reason why Republicans have not got involved in religion or politics is the very reason why we're at today. We're at a point in our culture, and we're at a point, and politically speaking, that we've allowed the Bush dynasty, we've allowed the Mitt Romneys, the Mitch McConnells, the Rhino, the establishment, the country club Republicans. We've allowed them for so long to be silent on stuff that we could have easily pushed back on, and we would not be fighting this cultural war that we have right now. So I just challenge you right now. This is the election to go out and speak the truth. Get in uncomfortable spaces. You have to get in uncomfortable spaces. You have to post something on Facebook. If you see an article by a credible organization that documents and has sources, specific sources, and they cite them in the article, share it. Put it on your Facebook page. Share it on Instagram. Throw it up on Twitter. Don't be afraid to step into the public opinion pool. You got to dip your toe in that pool. And sometimes it's not fun. Sometimes it's not easy. But you might be really surprised how many people will support you in that post. I'm telling you, there's more of us that think like you than the others. Now, it's kind of funny. Walking into this convention center here in Dallas, there were some protesters, as they always are at these national conventions for NRA. That's just what they do. Really, any convention that has kind of a conservative tone to it, they'll protest it. And they were chanting, no more, stop the gun violence, stop the gun violence, no more gun violence. They just kept chanting it over and over again. And I thought to myself, wait, the gun violence that we're seeing in the cities isn't from lawful gun owners, it's from criminals who have their hands on guns. The bad guys with the guns are controlling the narrative. And when good guys with the guns stop bad guys with guns, that's when things change. That's when things change. All right, if we could, Master Control, I'm going to throw to a quick commercial break. Maybe listen to our friends over at MyPillow or a promo for Right Side. We're going to get a spokesperson for the NRA will join me here to talk about the purpose of the NRA and how you can become a member if you're not a member already. So you guys let me know when you have that queued up, and I'll toss to it, and we'll talk about that. Plus, the program here starts behind me at 2:40. President Trump is slated to start at 3:15. Give us a few minutes. We come right back. We're talking NRA. We are live in Dallas. A few more minutes. We'll be right back.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
Blackout Coffee. Fresh roasted, bold flavors, serving heroes on the front lines.
Blackout! Blackout Coffee, baby! Blackout Coffee!
From the ingredients we use to the values as a company we have, quality is something Blackout Coffee drinkers expect. But where did it start? Meet John.
Our thought process in the beginning was to make a coffee for all the everyday American that works hard, plays hard, and never stops. We actually started playing around with the beans, and we came up with different types of beans to make a really strong coffee that does not give you the jitters.
My name's Doc, and I am the lead roaster for Blackout Coffee. To me, I've tried all sorts of different coffee, even the smaller independent brands, and Blackout's just different. It tastes different. And I actually came across them while working for a different company, and I could smell the roast going on, and I'm like, I need to try that one. It's not coffee, not to me. It's freedom.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
All right, welcome back. We are live here at the Kay Bailey Hutchinson Center here in downtown Dallas for the 153rd, if I got that right, NRA Convention and Meetings here. Jennifer Bremen is joining me now to talk about the NRA, and we were just talking in the commercial break about the amount of people that are here. And I walked in here earlier. That section was open. That's because it was reserved. They just hadn't. They weren't in yet.
Yes, we're expecting between 70 and 75,000 people this weekend at the show. This will be a sold-out crowd as well, probably close to 6,000 or 7,000 people to welcome President Trump.
Let's talk about the purpose of the NRA originally. What its role in American culture.
Sure. So the NRA was founded in 1871. It is the oldest civil rights organization in the country. It was founded by 2 Union soldiers to promote safe marksmanship. Since then, it has grown into the premier Second Amendment advocacy group in the nation, in the world, with millions of members from coast to coast.
Yeah. And of course, it spans more than just, when you think of the NRA, you think of self-defense. And of course, Texas, you have constitutional carry, open carry. So I said earlier on the top of the broadcast, you can walk in a restaurant and you can go to a gas station. You got some guy with a gun on his hip. And a lot of people that came from states, they're not used to that. They go, oh my goodness, a guy with a gun. And I'm saying, well, it's legal, his legal right. But it has really gone into the outdoors as well, hunting and sportsmen as well.
Absolutely. The NRA embraces for whatever you utilize firearms for, whether it's self-defense of family, of home, if you're an avid hunter, sportsman, target shooter, skeet shooter, trap shooter, we welcome everyone to the NRA. And if you're not a gun owner, but you do value that choice that you have to keep and bear arms to protect your family, we welcome you.
And, it's interesting. I did notice a lot of kids here, but guess what? Jennifer told me that it's Youth Day here. So let's talk about that.
It is Youth Day. We have activities all day for the kids, all weekend for the kids. We welcome everyone. NRA members can attend free of charge with their spouse, and children under 18. Everyone is welcome.
Let's talk about the benefits of NRA. Now, obviously, it's, you said to start off as kind of a safety type of deal, know how to handle a firearm. But what are the other benefits of being a member at the NRA?
There are a lot of benefits to being an NRA member. Of course, you get our publications, which are world-renowned shooting and sportsman publications. But you're part of the biggest brotherhood of individuals, of patriots that value their civil rights, their Second Amendment freedoms. And when you join us, you are joining that family, that cause. We are the only and the biggest organization that is doing what we do on the state level, on Capitol Hill, in the courts, to defend your right and keep and bear arms.
And so I have been to this convention center before because I used to work down the street at another TV station. And so I've done events here. 14,000 acres of gun-related merch, apparel, guns, things like that. Let's talk about some of the big booths that someone can expect to come down here.
Sure. So you'll find all of the major firearms manufacturers, ammunition manufacturers, outfitters. We have over 650 vendors here. Just as a note, you won't be able to purchase firearms or ammunition on the show floor, but you can surely order it. And the dealer will help you connect you to an FFL in your state and your county to take possession of that firearm and ammunition when you get home.
I know that I've done these before. The one I did down at the George L. Brown Convention Center in Houston, people were complaining they couldn't bring their firearm into the building at the same day that a president was going to speak. I'm like, that's ridiculous. So if you are going to come down here, remember, you cannot bring a gun into the building.
Right. So you can carry on the show floor, but during the leadership forum, this venue is under the control of the U.S. Secret Service, and they do have prohibited items. So we ask everyone to just abide by those rules.
It just seems like common sense to me, but
it does. But just as a reminder to everybody to check that list and don't bring anything with you that's not allowed by Secret Service.
And I know that Club 47, if you look at his agenda, I should say Agenda 47, he's a big supporter of our Second Amendment. Of course, Don Jr., an avid outdoorsman, obviously a marksman in his own self. So it's nice to have the former president be a very big, strong supporter of the NRA.
It's wonderful. He's a life member of the NRA. This will be the 9th time that he has addressed NRA members from the NRA stage. And I think we're in for an exciting announcement today, also from the stage today. So stay tuned.
A little tease, a little something there, didn't you?
So stay tuned and watch. But he's been a good friend. He made the pledge in 2016 to never let NRA members down, and he has held true to that promise.
Okay, so if you want to join the NRA, is there an age limit that you can at least become a member? I know that obviously to purchase a handgun, there's ages on that, but
to be a member, no. Okay. The youngest member today at our annual meeting members, I believe, was a month old. My 11-year-old son has been a member for years, so we welcome them. The younger, the better, to raise that next generation of responsible gun owners and Second Amendment defenders.
Okay, so website information for that?
Sure, NRA.org. Visit us and join today. And you can check out everything about the annual meeting at NRAAM.org.
Good. I mean, does this meet your expectations? You knew it was going to fill up, right?
It's fantastic. A room full of like-minded patriots. The energy is building. Can't wait for the president to take to the stage.
I think we should eliminate some of these press seats over here and make them for...
that might be a good idea.
Because I think they're going to run out of it. It'll be standing room only for sure. I know it will.
It's going to be a great event.
All right, Jennifer, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for stopping by. And if you want to get more information about the NRA, the website...
NRA.org. We'll see you there.
It's super easy of that. I'll let you make your way over there. Don't trip on everything here as we're kind of tight as you make your way. And it is a great organization. And as she says, they specialized in marksmanship and safety. That's kind of what they did when they first started. And of course, it has developed so much more into the outdoors and gun safety and personal safety. And I had the opportunity last year to walk around, and you guys might have remembered that segment with the Sig Sauer booth, and just kind of look at the latest handguns. And it was just a great convention. So if you are in the DFW area, we had one guy I met earlier, longtime viewer to the right side, and really I shared some thoughts on this convention. He said, "Hey, I drove up from San Antonio because I wanted to come to this, because it is, like she says, it's the biggest organization that is in this firearm sector. It's a biggest advocate to defend the Second Amendment. I mean, that's why they're here. And of course, and she teased a special announcement during his speech. I can't wait to see what that is. But anyway, so if you want it, go check it out. I believe you said the NRA.org, if I'm not mistaken. No minimum on the membership requirements. 1:45 here in Dallas. I'm live at the K. Bailey Hutchison Center. Thanks for joining us. Pre-programs here starts at about 2:40 local. 3:15 we should see President Trump deliver a speech to what I would very confidently say it's a sold-out venue. You're going to have standing room only. It's hard to swing this camera around because we are on the very front media riser. We're actually next to the pull cam and the house cam, so we are the only media where we're at. But we have these a lot of equipment next to us, and we would swing the camera over to your right, my left. But it's just hard to do that at this point. But one side of the room you see matches the other side, so it's definitely a big crowd here. I said earlier about the polls and how each state, if you look at, President Trump often talks about how it's possible for him to win every state. Now, you look at states like California and New York, very doubtful you could win those states. But, obviously he has made tremendous strides in both those states. Now, if you look at what's going on in Arizona and Nevada, and of course he has made major ground in California, but when you look at what happened in New Jersey, now in 2020, I believe Biden won New Jersey in 2020, but now they have it within that margin of error where President Trump could take New Jersey. If he was to take New Jersey, that changes everything. And I think there's a project that we had Mike Crispy on, and I wish I knew the exact name of that project. I think it's 14 Project, if I'm not mistaken. But it was like if everybody at that rally in New Jersey, in Wildwood, New Jersey, all 100,000 of them, went out and got 14 people to go to the polls. Just each person said, hey, did you vote? Come with me. Get people that maybe had never voted before, which there are a lot of independent, agnostic voters that have not traditionally, voted in a presidential election for whatever reason. But that is different now. That is why Trump's polling numbers are so solid, because he is polling those independent voters. He is getting those people that have been silent for so many years, that have now seen what the Biden administration is doing. He is getting them to come in and vote for Trump. So if they could get 14 people, they flip New Jersey. Well, then you look at the states around there. I mean, that's that New Jersey area. If you put a 200-mile radius around that rally, there's a huge population there. You're talking about Boston, Philly, Baltimore, New York, New Jersey, all of New Jersey. So you've got a big population there. I can only think that the success of that Wildwood Jersey would translate into more of a red wave coming within that 250-mile radius. The impact that Trump will have. So is Pennsylvania in play? Is New York in play? I think New Jersey is definitely in play there. Okay, we'll take a quick time out. We'll talk about truth here in just a second. But Tax Network USA. Here's the reality. If you owe back taxes, it's stressful. It's anxiety. Because for whatever reason you didn't file, it's going to catch up to you. It doesn't matter if that amount is 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Doesn't matter. Tax Network USA is committed to helping you fight your IRS issues. They're tax professionals. They'll listen to what you have. You'll send them some information, and they'll walk you through it. And a lot of times they reduce your tax bill all in all. The information for that is on your screen. I just urge you, because, Biden's, IRS agents that we defunded, the 87,000 IRS agents, by the way, but there's still thousands of them that are out there to go get people like you. They're not getting the billionaires of the world. They're going after the small, middle-class American, and they're squeezing them about their taxes. Go check it out. Information for that is on your screen. Get away from the stress, get away from the anxiety, and let our friends do the work for you on that. Tax Network USA. Okay, so college graduations have been going on over the last week or so. We saw all these speeches that were given. We saw the Kansas City Chief football player who basically was speaking at a Catholic college, if I'm not mistaken. It was talking about many of you out there that might go into the real world, women he's talking to, that you might find more joy of being a mom, a wife, than your career, and that there's a lot of fulfillment and being a mother and bringing a child in this world and being a spouse sometimes over a career. And I think he was just celebrating and he was honoring his wife to the fact that she's an amazing wife, she's an amazing mother, and that there's a lot of value to that. Well, that didn't go over very well with the left, and the left decided they had had enough of him, and they have been, I think, change.org even has, where anybody can go on change.org and raise awareness about anything. But there's this nationwide push for the Kansas City Chief to basically discipline this kicker for what he said. So I think it's ironic that the NFL is full of, wife beaters, drug addicts, people with multiple DUIs, criminals. They are protected and coddled, but this football player got a basically disciplinary note from the NFL, and fans, quite honestly, want to push him out. That's the reality of our world right now. We have lost the moral compass in this country. We're allowed these outside leftist activists to quickly get into the corporate world and drive their agenda, and they do it through fear and bullying. It's amazing, because when you look at what Colin Kaepernick, which you can argue whether or not he had the NFL skills to keep a job in the NFL. I personally think that he did. I was a Houston Texans fan. I couldn't wait to get rid of my quarterbacks at some point. That's back in the day. Now I think they have a pretty good one. But there are teams that probably should have picked up Colin Kaepernick, without a doubt. He was still an amazing, better than average quarterback. And when you have 32 teams in the NFL, I think there's a roster for him somewhere. But the reason why he didn't get picked up wasn't because he didn't have the talent. It's because he ran his mouth on social issues and, in my opinion, spread a lie about the degree of racism in this country. And the NFL coddled to it. You couldn't go to an NFL game without seeing "in racism" spray painted on the field. There's racists in America, but America isn't racist. And the NFL was so quickly also coddled those that took a knee to our national anthem. And we know the fallout from that. Many of you, like myself, we turned the NFL off as much as we could. Now, obviously, kind of gets you in the playoffs and the Super Bowl. It's kind of hard not to pay attention to that. But for the most part, we didn't care. We no longer cared because they didn't represent, I think, the mass feelings of the average American and the average person that watches the NFL. But instead, they coddled to a very small percentage of people who was following this narrative. So now the NFL is back in the same situation. We've got a summer filled with activism on campus. Now that summer's out, and I said this a couple weeks ago, this nonsense that we saw on college campuses, and we've seen some graduation ceremonies outright canceled, that is going to move on to the city streets of America. The activism, potential violence from their party is going to hit the city streets of America during the summer. And when school's back in session, guess what? You got that right. They're back on the college campus. Now, these encampments, and I said this before, I have no issue with them expressing their freedom of speech. They have the right to assemble. They have a right to do that. If they want to go to Dick's Sporting Goods and buy the biggest tent they could find, put it in the grass there and sleep out on the lawn, I don't care. I think who's ever paying their tuition should care, but that's none of my business. They should have the right to do that. But let me ask you this question. What if the people in these encampments were pro-life activists? What if they're a movement of a pro-America movement? What if all of a sudden they were Make America Great Again activists? And I say activists in terms of MAGA supporters. Would they want them to stay on the lawn? Would they be so? Would these universities be so, welcoming to them as they are these pro-Palestinian protesters? I would argue that they wouldn't. They would want them removed immediately. That they are a terrorist. They're extremists. They're MAGA extremists. You got to get rid of them. They're deplorables. How could you let them camp out on the lawn in front of your college? Can't do that. Get rid of them. So I want to push back on this now. I want them to camp out. They can camp out as long as they want, because guess what? This fall, it's going to get cold. You remember the Occupy Wall Street movement years ago? That lasted for a while until it got pretty freaking cold in New York. And they had to find somewhere else to go. So I say let them assemble. But at the same time, they better be prepared to let pro-life and other people in that movement be able to do the same thing without being pushed away. That's what's got to happen. Also, I don't know if you guys saw last week, there was about 8 or 9, this was last year, some pro-life activists were arrested and being tried on various charges for protesting, and I'm going to use that word very loosely there, basically praying for women, walking into an abortion clinic, praying that they would not get an abortion, singing hymns, reading Bible verses, basically urging them to come speak with them, and basically be able to have an alternative option other than abortion. Well, the first person was sentenced last week to almost 5 years in prison. Now, I want you to think about this for a second. Think back to the Summer of Love in 2020, the Black Lives Matter movement, the riots after the George Floyd incident. Who went to jail for that? Burned down buildings, burned down businesses, burned down entire, retail districts. Fought the police on a nightly basis around dozens of cities around this country. Who went to prison for that? Who had any consequences to that? That is a problem with our weaponized government. But now, Merrick Garland, the FBI, the DOJ, it's a different story. They're going to go after conservatives. They're going to go after pro-life movement. And that's exactly what they've done. So they sentenced one of the individual, and I don't have her name with me right now, to nearly 5 years in prison. And I think that's disgusting in this country. And we can only hope and pray that that President Trump gets into office and perhaps can do something for that as well. All right, there's one thing I really love to do when I start my day, and I said this in New Jersey, and I'm going to say it again. I have a cup of Blackout coffee. I love it. Look, you got a lot of liberal coffee brands out there. You got a lot of the chains, they're all liberal. All of them are. Some of them just outright tell you that they're liberal, and others keep it to themselves. But they're all liberal. So why would you give your money to a liberal coffee company? when there's conservative companies out there that have terrific coffee. It's non-acidic, doesn't upset your stomach. It's fresh. The beans are premium. Blackout Coffee. Blackoutcoffee.com. Information is on your screen. But here's the best thing. Not only is it great coffee, but they're a conservative company, and they believe in conservative values. And that's what makes them so special. So I want you to take a second. If you maybe have a graduate that's going off and getting a dorm somewhere, or if somebody's getting out of a dorm into the real world, or maybe you have somebody going into a dorm, why not order some Blackout Coffee and make sure when they wake up in the morning that they're up and they're ready to go. Blackout Coffee. Information for that is on your screen. Support them. Do not forget to put RSBN, the promo code, on the checkout to get a special discount on that. Blackoutcoffee.com. Also, another website you need to go to, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. There's two things you can do there. One is you can donate. Great way to do it. Great way to support this network, by the way. This network started off with people donating. It's great. Before we had all these great partners like Blackout and Wellness Company and Birch, it was you, the viewer at home. So go to the website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can donate one time. You can do a recurring donation. I just met a guy earlier. Amazing. He says, hey, not only do I donate to President Trump, and I just do $25 a month. He said, I do it every month religiously, but I donate to you guys as well. And I hear that all the time. I hear people all the time. That's how it started. rsbnetwork.com/donate. And we'll also, while you're there, sign up for our newsletter. Easy to do. Same website, different click. Pull it down there, put some information in there, and Grace Saldana, our editor-in-chief, will send you a newsletter about the stuff that you want to read about. Not a bunch of garbage. We're not going to spam you. We're not going to sell your information to China. We're just going to give you the stuff that you need to know. Go check it out. rsbnetwork.com/donate and check out our newsletter. Okay, I'm going to step aside because this place has, just in the last 10, 12, 15 minutes, has really filled up. And I'm going to see if I can step over far enough so that Will here can pan the camera. I'll get a quick check of the time. It's 2:02 now. The program starts at 2:40, so in about 38 minutes or so, this just started. Of course, President Trump is scheduled to speak at 3:15, so you'll be here. I mean, obviously, these people are going to be well in place for that. Here's the advantage, in my opinion, for someone. I've got a PhD in Trump rallies. I just made that up. If it was a degree, I'd have it. And I would say this type of setting sometimes is the best type of setting because it's climate control. All right? So it's not too hot, not too cold. You're sitting down. You have a chair, right? So these people have not been standing up all day. They're sitting down. And it's a very, very small, and I say small, there's a couple thousand people in here, so don't get me wrong, it's not small, but it's an intimate setting. The throw from our cameras to the podium may be about 100 feet. So these people have a very up close, everyone in this room has a great vantage point. So these people that have come here today for this speech are in for a treat, and I think it's just a great place to see a Trump speech. Also, our friends over at the Birch Gold Group, they are phenomenal in what they do. They are the experts, gold, silver, and precious metals, and they want to help you secure your financial future, and it's really easy to do. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898 for your free information kit on how you can take advantage of a lot of tax benefits to having a gold-backed IRA versus a traditional IRA. So they'll show you how to do that, save some money. That's always good. But it's just a great way to get engaged and proactively do something for your future. Don't wait for things to happen. Proactively do it. And so these guys at the Birch Gold Group are doing that. So text the words Trump to 989898 for that free information kit on that. Trump to 989898. All right, we're live here at the NRA. This is the 153rd convention or anniversary of the NRA. We had Jennifer on earlier talking about the benefits of the NRA and who it's targeted to, and there's really no age group. I was told that's kind of cool. Today is Youth Day here at the NRA, so that maybe is the reason why I've seen so many kids here. And I see obviously a few kids in here in this room, and to see the president. And a lot of people, this is the first time they've seen the president in this setting, and a lot of people have first time they've seen the president. Period. So they are in for a treat. I'll step back in here for a second. If you missed the top of the show, I made an announcement, and it was a difficult one to make, but today is my last broadcast with RSBN, and over the last almost 4 years, it has been an amazing journey. It has been something that I will never forget, and we have covered some of the most historical events in modern political history, everything from the 2016 election, the 2020 election. For me, I came in during the 2020 election, the election integrity fallout from all of that, from the election, the January 6th, we had amazing coverage of January 6th. We did all the Trump rallies, 38, 39 Trump rallies after the 2020 election. You're talking about the Joint Base Andrews departure, the last day in office, probably one of the most emotional days that I've had on the air, when he flew back to West Palm Beach on Air Force One. But it's been an amazing time. It's been an amazing experience. And I just want to thank all of you for supporting me, supporting this network, and to continually fight for President Trump. And that's really ultimately what it's all about. But I do want to thank a few people. First of all, I do want to thank God, because without him, none of this, what I've done, is possible. And I'm very thankful for that. And I am so thankful that Jesus Christ is with all of us, and he has forgiven all of us for our sins, and he has really given me the strength to do this job. This is a very difficult job. It's a long job. This is something that you guys see us travel across the country, and I need his strength to do that. I want to thank Joe, Bridget, Mama Sills for taking a chance on me, for giving me this opportunity to do this. I came out of that corporate news world and got into this structure, and I know there were some doubts on how that would turn out, and it's just been my honor to work for you, Joe, Bridget, Mama Seals. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to do this. I really appreciate it. For the last 4 years, I've crisscrossed this country, and it has taken a toll on all of us, our camera guys behind the scenes, and dealing with the travel. I want to thank my family, my kids, for allowing me to do this. It's a sacrifice of a lot of time at home. I want to thank their mom for being the rock in the house to maintain all of that. So just big thank you for them as well. And I just want to thank everyone behind the scenes, camera guys, master control, moderators at home that get on our website and chats. I really appreciate that as well. So thank you to everyone watching us right now, because the viewers is what it was all about. We got into this to not only show the truth, and Joe started this company not only to show the truth of what was going on in this country, but to support President Trump. And that's why we're here. And so I just want to say thank you so much for staying with us and growing with this network. We certainly appreciate all of it. So I'm not at liberty right now to tell you where I'm going, but I can promise you this: I'm still going to fight for the American people. I'm still going to fight for President Trump, and I'm going to fight for the truth. That's what we all going to do. That's what Right Side's going to do. That's what all of us at home are going to do. So that doesn't change. So I just want to say thank you. So if you missed the first of the show, I made that announcement. I just want to remind you, if you're just now tuning in, that today will be my last day here on this network. So we've got a crowd behind me, couple thousand. I'll try to get a head count on that. It's a massive crowd. And like they said earlier, about 70,000 people plan on attending these conventions for the NRA. I tell you what we're going to do. I did an interview with Philip with the Birch Gold Group, and we talked about what inflation is doing to this country. We talked about the cost of living going up across the board. We talked about the uncertainty in the markets. Now, the indexes are hitting these all-time highs, but there's a lot of people saying, wait a minute, these fundamentals aren't really there to do that. There's a magnificent 7 of tech stocks that are really guided the NASDAQ, and some of the other principles that drive the Dow are in question. So I sat down with Philip with the Birch Gold Group to ask him how someone can get ahead of the curve and secure the financial freedom. This is what he had to say. I'll toss that video right now. We want to take a moment to talk to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we talk often during this broadcast and previous broadcasts about how important it is to make sure you lock in your retirement and all of the hard work that you've put in to retiring, saving for one day that you don't have to work. Well, if you're worried like me and like many Americans are, you want to make sure you put your money in the best place. Joining us now is Philip from the Birch Gold Group. And we often check in with you when times come and they're hard and they're rough for a lot of Americans. When you look at the rising cost of goods, inflation, we often talk about it on this show. This has really hurt the average American.
I mean, it really has. And under Biden, it's been a very consistent theme. We had the most recent inflation numbers come out not long ago. Inflation currently is at 3.5% year over year. If you exclude food and energy, the numbers look even worse. Core inflation's running at about 3.8% year over year. But essentially, it's a continuation of a pattern we've seen really for the last 6 months. CPI steadily rising on a monthly basis. And it's a clear sign that interest rates at current levels simply are not doing the job. At this point, inflation has become entrenched. People expect that prices will keep rising. And it seems realistic, especially when we consider that cumulative inflation under the Biden administration has been about 19%, averaging close to 6% per year. And the really tough thing for Americans, it's the essentials that are really rising. Food, housing, energy have risen about 30% on average. In comparison, wages have risen only about half as much. And that's why people are upset. The White House keep telling us inflation's lower, but our reality is nowhere near that. And the American people simply aren't falling for it. For 3 years now, the average rate of inflation has been triple the Fed's target, and it's not getting better. It's just getting worse.
It is, Philip, and I don't think you nailed it. Americans aren't buying this line of crap that the economy is great and inflation is come down. They're just not, because they see it every single day.
You're absolutely correct. They see it every single day. We go to the grocery store, we look at our electricity bills. We're not to be fooled. Even the official numbers coming out of the administration are a nonsense. If we just calculated inflation in the same way the government used to do it in the 80s, today's inflation rate would be about 13%, which is much more in line with our reality as consumers.
All right, let's shift our attention over to this $1 trillion debt. I mean, we just keep kicking this thing down the road, Philip. And if you look over the last 3 years, I don't even know if they make enough zeros we can put behind this debt that we have. How is that affecting the consumer, the investor right now?
I mean, it's hitting the dollar's purchasing power. We feel as inflation, the rest of the world are feeling it as a loss of purchasing power. And it's a very simple concept, right? Investors become convinced that the government's going to end up printing money, right? They're looking at massive spending packages. And essentially what that does is inflate the debt away. So what they do is they spend their dollars now, and that drives up the price of goods and services across the economy and essentially creates a run on the dollar, right? To put the concept in a simpler way, in 2024, for the first time in history, the government's going to spend more on debt service payments than we do on defense, which is just an absurdity. And by the way, the US spends more on defense than the other top 10 nations in the top 10 combined, right? We have colossal defense budget. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon calls the national debt, and I thought this was very well put, he said the most predictable crisis ever. And he's absolutely right, right?
Yeah, we know where it's going.
Yeah, it only ever goes one way, right? And there's countless examples in history of how it happens. And what we're seeing on the back of that is the rest of the world actively de-dollarizing. And this is at the same time that the federal government wants to borrow more money. Adding to the money supply when demand is already declining, that means a loss of purchasing power. In other words, we, the American people, are paying the price for the government spending problem.
Yeah, and if you go to any country outside the U.S., you will see, they'll tell you that the dollar is being crushed, and they are watching what we're doing here on a monetary Fed policy, how that can affect not only us, but around the world. Okay, let's look at gold for just one moment. Gold, silver, precious metals. Historically, they have been a very safe place to put your investments. We've seen a steady, continual rise in them. On a global market, why are they shifting over to more gold?
You know, it's actually part of what we mentioned. So I think there's two aspects to it. Number one was what you said a moment ago. Countries, governments around the world, they're holding dollars, right, that they need to use to buy goods and services from other countries. Well, the dollar's lost 17% of its purchasing power in literally the space of 4 years under the Biden administration. Well, it's a problem for us as individuals. But if you're a country and you need these dollars to buy goods and services, it's a problem for your country as well. So they've been, pardon me, hedging their dollar exposure using gold, because as the dollar goes down, gold goes up. It's the best hedge. The other side of it is countries like Russia, China, watching this administration weaponize the dollar, right? Seize Russia's dollar holdings, suggesting they're going to hand them over to Ukraine. What this tells our enemies is that their assets can become liabilities or even our assets overnight, and they just don't like it. Now, they want to de-dollarize, but the problem that they have is they don't have a currency amongst them that can usurp the dollar. China don't want to dump their dollars and have to hold rubles, right? And that's where gold comes in. It gives them the stability that they need, right? Because gold is much more stable than the dollar today. And the more dollars they dump to buy gold, the less demand there is for the dollar. The less demand there is for the dollar, the weaker the dollar becomes, and the weaker the stick we have to beat them over the head. So it's both devaluation and weaponization driving demand. And one more point on that. Central bank demand in 22 and 23 have been the highest for any years in history for gold. That alone should be very telling for people, because it is a big bet against the dollar.
You guys have been a great partner for Right Side, and of course you join us at a lot of our events. So many of you watching us right now, if you've heard this time and time again, and you never took advantage of reaching out to the Birch Gold Group to just get that free information kit. Philip, you're the first one to tell everybody it's not right for everyone. And you've never suggested to put all your eggs in one basket, but this is such a crucial time in our country and from a financial standpoint that you have to act, even if you're not familiar with it. You guys will inform people with the information so that they can make an educated decision about their investments.
That's exactly it. You hit the nail on the head. It's not right for everybody, but the key is to get the information, to get informed. And it's at that point you're going to know whether it is or it isn't. So get the information. It's completely free, and then make your own decisions from there.
There you go. We made it really easy to do. You can't forget this. Just text the words Trump to 989898. Can't Can't screw that one up. Trump to 989898. Get your free information kit. Now, walk me through this real quickly. Once someone does that, Philip, what can they expect? As soon as they send that text, Trump to 989898, what are they going to receive?
They're going to get a free information kit. It's very informative. I think 24, 25 pages. It's going to tell you a lot about why to purchase gold, how to purchase gold, and they're going to have access to individuals like myself that are there to answer questions, guide people through, and apply it to the individual circumstances as well.
Wonderful.
Where they go from there, absolutely up to the customer. Get informed, because from there, you can make the right decision.
And you guys have the great follow-up on all of this customer service. I mean, you've got a team of professionals there that will answer any questions that someone has. So if you're sitting on the fence right now, and you've heard me talk about this for months now is the time, as we keep going down this road of the deficit is increasing and the markets are so volatile, and we watch it all the time. And I'm a nervous wreck watching a lot of this stuff. So I do encourage our viewers to take that first step. You have nothing to lose and so much to gain. Philip, once again, best contact information for you guys if they just want to learn more information as well.
Listen, to get the information packet, it is Trump to 989898. That's going to get them the information they need. And then from there, like I said, you'll have all of our contact information. You'll have access to individuals like myself, and we will guide you through step by step by step. It's Trump to 989898.
Philip, it's always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome back. We are live here, Dallas, Texas, at the K. Bailey Hutchison Center for the 153rd NRA Meeting and Convention. Glad you're joining us, Brian Glenn here, as we are sitting at 2:21. I've been told that the program here is to start in about 18 minutes, so we'll have that for you as well. But until then, let's talk about our friends over at Blackout Coffee. Coffee, hey, it's a staple of everybody's morning. You get up, you check your messages, you check all your alerts on right side, and then you get your cup of coffee. So why would you give money to liberal coffee companies? Good question. Our friends at Blackout Coffee have the best coffee, and they're great conservatives as well. They love this country, they love coffee, and they love giving it to you. The information for that is on your screen. Go check it out, blackoutcoffee.com. A conservative company, great values, and great beans. You know, you can have all the values in the world. You can be a very conservative company, but if you don't have a good product, people probably won't buy it from you. But guess what? You got great coffee. I drink it every single morning. And I do it with joy because I know I'm supporting a conservative company. So go check it out, blackoutcoffee.com, blackoutcoffee.com. Don't forget to put the RSBN promo code for a savings, blackoutcoffee.com. That's blackoutcoffee.com. All right, we are at the NRA. This room is full, so it's hard for us to swing the cameras around to show all of the seats because we've got cameras next to us. But we are showing you about as much as we can swing. But it is standing room only. I mean, every seat is taken. And you've got people standing on the outside perimeter. You got some people standing, along the aisles here. I would imagine once they kind of get their seats, they probably will be required to move out of that area. But it's full, as we knew it would be. And this is, like I said, the 153rd NRA meeting and convention. So you've got about 70,000 people over the last couple of days have made their way to this convention center to take the various classes, education courses, and also, do a little shopping. Now, you can't buy a gun on premise, but you can certainly, take advantage of the NRA specials that they have here. So you buy it here and get it delivered or get more information on the website, but you can't physically walk out of here with a gun. But that's, amazing stuff all around here. And these people, obviously, gun enthusiasts, hunters, outdoorsmen, and really even personal security as Texas is a constitutional carry state. It's an open carry, and a lot of people are moving here from California, New York, other states, other very blue states are coming here, and they're often it's a culture shock for one thing. This is Texas; everything's a little different here, but the first time you go to a restaurant or you go to the grocery store or the gasoline station, and the guy gets out of his truck or walks into a store and he's got a gun on his hip, that it is a little bit of a shock. But you're right. That's what the Second Amendment gives you permission to do. And I think it's just a beautiful thing. And the people here in Texas certainly embrace it. And she talked about that, a convention this size, hey, Texas seems to be a very fitting place for it. But you're glad you're joining us here today as President Trump comes up at around 3:15. Speaking of President Trump, he has spent, 18 days, kind of lost count on that, in this hush money trial, this Biden trial of hush money. We've had Michael Cohen on the stand being cross-examined by both the prosecutors and the defense. And we've seen exactly what a horrible witness he has become for the prosecution. And we'll see how this all plays out. But if anything, this has really, and I said this early on, that these trials have done nothing but elevate President Trump in the polls and have really driven his fundraising forward. President Trump has done a great job of taking advantage of the fact that the entire world media is perched outside the courthouse, and they cannot wait for him to step out and share his thoughts. Now, obviously, there's the gag order, so he can't talk about a lot of stuff, but he does share his thoughts on the polls, shares his thoughts on the popularity of his campaign and how he wants to make America great again. But then when he's in court on these days, he's able to, when he gets out of court, go over to a bodega, talk to a store clerk about the violence that's come up in New York. He's able to go to a construction site and talk about the growth and how the unions in New York support, the laborers support President Trump. He's able to go to a fire station and talk to the men and women of first responders and how they support President Trump. He's able to do all of these things because the New York District Attorney decided they wanted to bring President Trump to New York and have him camp out for a while. I think is going to end up being such a huge mistake for the Democrats to try and do this, because he has maximized the media, he has maximized the enthusiasm in a city that many would think that he does not have the enthusiasm base there in New York City. This isn't Texas, this isn't Florida, this isn't Deep South, this is New York. But people are often reminded that this man built the skyline there in New York. This man was a staple in New York City. This man was loved by New Yorkers before he got into politics, and then all of a sudden the elite class and the voting class turned their back on him as soon as he ran as a Republican. So this is all going to backfire on the Democrats. And none of these sham trials have affected his approval ratings or his polling, or fundraising, I should say. None of them. There you go. So we'll see exactly how that plays out as we go to the next trial. And a lot of people have not even, really, they say, Brian, what trial is this? I can't remember. There's so many court cases. That's going to hurt the Democrats. All right, let's talk about our friends over at the Wellness Company. They got this medical emergency kit that is perfect in case, well, we have another pandemic. You have another unexpected outbreak, any kind of a medical emergency. Well, protect yourself, protect your family, and get this medical emergency kit developed by Dr. Peter McAuliffe and other fine doctors. They have ivermectin in there. They have a lot of stuff that you can't find. Because I remember back when COVID hit and I was trying to get some ivermectin, I could not find it. I couldn't find it anywhere. I couldn't even get a doctor's appointment. Well, this medical emergency kit just kind of bypasses all of that. You've already got it with very specific instructions. So you're not going to have to try to take something willy-nilly and just try to figure out how to do it. They'll tell you exactly how to use this medication. The information for that is on your screen. The Wellness Company Emergency Medical Kit. Go check it out. Get one from your home, your business, your car, because you never know when an emergency might come up. The Medical Emergency Kit. Let me step aside real quick. As if you're just now joining us, hey, we're in Dallas, K. Bailey Hutchinson Center. We're getting ready for President Trump to speak. We'll head around.
The program will begin in 15 minutes.
We got 15 minutes out, so a 2:45 start on this program here. So you've got a 2:45 start, it looks like, and then a 3:15 Trump start. So you got about a 30-minute window right there that we'll do. But you can see people are up taking pictures, talking. I said this earlier, feels like a rally, but these convention speeches are very much an animal in their own right. It is not an all-day thing where people are camping out and have been on their feet all day. These are convention goers. They've probably been here most of the day, walking around the convention in the hall, the retail hall that has all the displays, and then they're able to come in here and talk to some friends and make new friends and wait for the program to start. So we're glad you're joining us here. Don't forget to follow me on social media at Brian Glenn TV across the board on Twitter. You can follow me on Truth Social at Brian. You can follow me on Facebook as well. Just try to get this professional page and the personal page. Look for the one with the blue check mark. And don't forget to follow Right Side as well across all of our social media platforms. You can download the app as well. Go to your Android, your Apple store. Take our app with us, and whenever I see people, always pop up and they're watching us, they're always watching us on the app, which is pretty cool and pretty convenient. So go check it out. If you not have the app, put it on your phone and take us anywhere you can go. Now, when you look at the divide, and we'll talk about Congress real quick, because it seems like there's more of a division right now within our own party than sometimes that we spend more energy fighting our own party than we do fighting the extreme socialist left party. It's because you have a division, because you have a party, the establishment, that I like to say is kind of the part of the uniparty. They're part of the country club Republicans, where we just want to keep the same thing going. We don't really want to solve any problems. We want to tell the American people that we are fighting the problems. Send me to Washington and I'll solve it. And then when you get here, you don't solve them. You don't vote the way you should vote. You vote the way the uniparty wants you to vote. And that's kind of what's going on right now. And that's probably the number one question I get is what's going on in Congress? What's going on within our party? Why can't we come together? And I say it's very simple. You have a party that's divided because you have the old uniparty, and then you have Trump's Republican Party. You have the America First Party. You have the party that puts America interests first. That comes with the border, comes with the economy, foreign policies as well, domestic policy, social issues. You're putting America first. President Trump's going to talk about it tonight. There's your division. And so when you look at, Speaker Johnson had a motion to vacate, was tabled last week, did not pass. So that was tabled. That essentially was the vote to motion to vacate on him. And a lot of people say, well, what has he done wrong? And I go, well, we can start with not putting the American interests first. You can start with continuing to fund a war in Ukraine that is hugely unpopular by by various polls. More than 70% of Americans feel like we should have no involvement in the war in Ukraine. So we continue to spend billions. We already just spent over $100 billion. Now we just sent $61 billion to Ukraine without any type of audit, with any type of accountability. So we'll start with that. And then also, this is a very simple procedure. You put stuff to the floor from the majority that has the majority of support. So we're not putting bills to the floor that are packed for Democrats. We're not sitting down with Nancy Pelosi. We're not sitting down with Hakeem Jeffries. We're not sitting down with the entire Democrat Party telling them, what do you want me to put in this bill? It's called a majority for a reason. So Johnson has spent more time getting Democrat bills passed and onto the Senate than he has Republicans. And when you look at the CR that we just passed, and there's another one coming up in September, and I have no indication that that's not going to happen again. So we keep kicking the can down the road. These are very basic issues. And I think one of the biggest ones is to defund the special counsel going after President Trump. These are very simple. You can do that. It's only been around for 25 years. You can take away the funding for these special counsels. That's the Jack Smith special counsel. And don't fund them. When you don't fund them, they can't operate. And he's not doing that. So he's enabling this weaponized branch of the government to go after President Trump when he has the power of the purse, Congress does, to shut it all down. So you've got this division, you've got this leadership, you've got what would say it was next to the president. You got the president, you got the vice president, you have the Speaker of the House. So he's third in line of being in line to basically, run this country if need be. And so when you're not advancing Republican issues and you are the Speaker of the House, the Republican Speaker of the House, I've got a problem with that. And a lot of people do. And you've got the House Freedom Caucus that spent the majority of their time getting rid of Kevin McCarthy for a very small list of things. They couldn't wait to get him out. But yet they're silent on Speaker Johnson, who has done far worse and has violated all of the red lines they drew in the sand for Kevin McCarthy. So why aren't they freaking out about Speaker Johnson crossing all these red lines? So the hypocrisy is crazy. It's the House of Hypocrites is what this session of Congress is. And you've got a few members that are out there working for the American people. You got a few members out there saying things that need to be said, despite knowing they're going to get an overwhelmingly amount of criticism from the Uniparty and from fellow Republicans, and of course from Democrats. We expect that. We expect Democrats to push back on everything. And I often say this, and a lot of you don't like it when I say it, but it's true. Nancy Pelosi was an amazing speaker for the Democrats. You may not agree with her on anything on policy, and that's for a good reason. Neither do I. But she certainly kept her party in control, and she kept them unified, lockstep, of getting the Democrat agenda hammered out in Congress. That's what she did, and she was good at it. And she took the AOCs of the world. She took the squad, brought them in a little bit. They were way too progressive. She brought them in. All right? That's what a speaker does. They lead. They take control. They fight for the party. I can't say that Speaker Johnson's doing that. Now, I respect the vote in Congress. They voted to table the motion to vacate, and that's something we got to respect. That's what the body decided to do. But moving into this next session of Congress, it's so important that we get the majority, we retain the majority in Congress, And, of course, we take over the majority in the Senate because we have President Trump coming next year. And whoever controls Congress in January of 2025 controls the tax codes. And the Trump tax codes are they're scheduled to sunset next year. So if Democrats, if they get control of the House, they have control of the purse, and they will raise your taxes for sure. More about that here in just a minute, but let's first talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. We can talk about inflation. They say it's 2%. We'll talk about that in a second. It's more like 17%. 17%. I just went to the pool supply store yesterday to get some liquid chlorine that normally costs $9.99 plus tax. That'd be $10.80 here in Texas, to now over $17 for that chlorine plus tax. So do the math on that. That's about a 70% increase on that alone. It is costing you more money to live, and it's costing you more money to just exist, and you save less. So whatever you have in your savings and your investments, you want to protect. Our friends over the Birch Gold Group want to do just that. Just text the words Trump to 989898 for that free information kit on how to invest in gold, silver, and precious metals. It's easy to do. They're A+ certified by the Better Business Bureau, and they'll send that information kit to you quick. Answer any questions that you might have. So text the words Trump to 989898 and get that free information kit. That is the Birch Gold Group. Now, if you take a look at inflation across the board, the latest report a couple days ago came out. I think it was 3.1. Normally, they want to see it sub 3 in the 2s. Okay, if that is 3.1 from year to year, so you go from April of 24 to April of 23, or vice versa, it was up 3.1. But if you go back the last 3-4 years, it was up 6%, I think, after 2020 to 2021, and of course has come down slightly year for year. But if you combine the last 3-4 years, and depending on what that product is, you could be looking at, you do look at a 12, 17%, 20% inflationary rate on certain items: food, groceries, fuel, auto insurance. And people the other day had got this debate about auto insurance and saying that really governmental policies have nothing to do with insurance rates. And I beg to differ. You're wrong. Because as people make claims on stuff like home and auto and business, it costs more to replace those items. It's costing more to replace your used car. It's taking more to replace your new car. It's costing you more to build a new home. Construction, wood, metal, materials, plastic, electricity, the fiber, the wires, all of it costs you more. So that does affect your insurance rates. And of course, food. I always say gasoline and food is kind of your lowest hanging fruit. I mean, gasoline, when Trump left office, gas was $1.87, I believe. It's has some incredible highs. And I remember when President Trump said at one point that we'd see $6, $7 gas, I thought that was complete exaggeration. But little did I know that's exactly what happened in many places of this country. Here in Texas, we're about $3.20 right now. That's down a little bit. But even down at $3.20 is considerably more than it was when he left office at $1.87. So I don't buy this line that inflation is at 3.1%. It's not. And the Bidenomics is trying to brainwash the American people that your life is not that bad, that the economy is not that bad. It's actually pretty good. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Aren't you living well? Are you not? Oh, you're having to live paycheck to paycheck. You're using credit cards to pay your utility bills, not because it's convenient, but because you need it. That's the problem here in America. That's the problem, how inflation hurts everybody. Our energy independence, we have lost it. We have turned over our energy dependency to foreign countries. Now, people would say, "No, Brian, we're exporting more oil than ever. We've got barges that are leaving Sabine Pass, the Gulf Coast, going overseas. And that may be true, but we are still buying oil to this day from countries that quite honestly would love to point, click, delete us off the map. And I got a problem with that. We are not drilling. We are not, like he was going to say tonight, drill, baby, drill. I know tonight's speech will be more focused on maybe your Second Amendment, but he's going to talk about energy independence tonight. And it's drill, baby, drill. We've got more oil just west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the Permian Basin up in the Panhandle, Southeast Texas, Central Texas. We got more natural gas under the ground here than any place in the country. So we must take back our energy independence, because when we do that, we lower the price of everything. And it's as simple as that. And we saw what Joe Biden did on day one of his administration, and really week one of his administration. Every day it was like the week of executive orders, and reversed everything that President Trump did. Every single executive order took back a Trump initiative. Border being one of the biggest ones that we felt. Millions and millions of gotaways are in this country. We've seen historical records, and for anybody in the from the Biden administration would say, well, they had immigration problems during Trump. We've always had immigration problems. We do not have a perfect border. It doesn't exist. That's why Trump was building the wall, so we can stop it. So we must continue to go back in the direction of securing our border. And of course, Biden, with executive orders, he stopped the construction of the wall. Those materials sat there on the ground and rusted. I personally saw them. I walked in the ruts where the wall would sit. It was just like an abandoned work site. That was all done on purpose. That's what he wanted to do. Biden wanted to stop the wall. He wanted this inflow of immigrants. And I think it's interesting to point out, and I'll try to find the tweet. It was from about a month ago, and I'll repost it up. The amount of new registered voters here in Texas far exceed any average of new registered voters in any state. I'll give you an example. The latest report back in, I think it was March, had about 1.4 million new registered voters in Texas. Now you start to think to yourself, well, Brian, there are a lot of people moved to Texas. Texas is a very popular state, right? People from California are coming in, people from New York, people from all around the country are coming in here. So that makes sense, right? Well, that is true, but not to this degree. If I was to tell you that a typical month of new registered voters in Georgia may be like 1,500. One state like South Carolina may be 350 people. We're talking 1.4 million people. Now, who are these people? Well, I would argue that they're people that came through Eagle Pass illegally. This has been the goal from day one, is to open up the southern border, flood this country with Democrat voters. And they've got a very well-oiled machine to do this. This is a very planned out, well-orchestrated, well-organized group here. This effort is working, and they are doing it with Social Security numbers that they're getting obtained for these people, and they're registering. So the next step is when they go to vote, what do you need? We need an ID, right? One ID, you got to show an ID, you got to be a valid U.S. citizen, right? You can't vote if you're not a U.S. citizen. We are facing probably, and I said this the other day and people said I was crazy. Might be true. Partial. We focus on the swing states. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia. 5. You can throw Nevada in there as well. But how many times have we heard that Texas is purple? Now, granted, these people in this room probably are a good representation of the degree of Republicans that are in Texas. It's a very red state. But we've been told that it's purple for so long, okay? And if you look at the Senate race between Beto O'Rourke and Ted Cruz, I mean, Ted Cruz won, but he didn't win by a landslide. It was, I want to say, a couple 100,000 votes, which in the state of Texas is not a lot. Trump won fairly strong against, beat Biden in Texas, okay, and it beat Hillary in 2016. So he also won by like about 900,000 votes. I'd have to check my records on that. But what I'm saying is, if Texas is taking on this insurgence of 1.4 million new registered voters, is Texas as red as we think, or could it be purple? Because we've been told it's purple. And what happens when you're told that something is purple, and all of a sudden it flips, you go, well, they said it was purple, so I guess it was. It's they're mentally getting you set up for probably one of the biggest steals in election history, Texas. And they don't need Wisconsin. They don't need Michigan. You steal Texas, you got 40 electoral votes, game over. Game over. You still, even if they were to take New Jersey, game over. You take Texas, game over. So Texas, in my opinion, is it's a sleeper cell for the Democrats. And election officials here in this state need to make sure that they are on top of this, because this election is going to be close, and we need absolutely every single state in order to win this thing. Let me step aside. An announcement was just made telling everybody to take their seat, which looks like we might be moments away from this happening. Is slated to start. Well, they said 2:45, is now 2:51 here locally, so they're a few minutes behind the program. President Trump is scheduled to speak at 3:15, and so we'll see if that's going to, I know they have a brief program, we'll see if that's still on target. But you're glad you're joining us. We're glad you're here on this beautiful day here in Dallas, Kay Bailey Hutchison Center. We're glad you're here, glad you're watching us. Last night, amazing speech last night in Minnesota. President Trump delivering, from what people say, I saw wasn't trending on Twitter, but they said, Minnesota's in play. We think we could swing Minnesota away from the Democrats based upon the speech last night and the people that showed up. Also, programming note, Vanessa Broussard will be live at the Libertarian National Convention coming up on the 25th in Washington, D.C., so she'll be there for that. And I think that's a very special broadcast because, the independent libertarian voter is something that is crucial to winning in 2024. And we've already had substantial numbers in the African-American, the Latino vote has come out as they're polling very well, which is great. But we need to get that independent voter. And you could say that the RFK Jr. Discussion of who does he essentially steal votes for? Who does he pull votes for? I should say. I'm not sure. I know enough to comment on that. I don't know. I don't know who he would pull a vote away from. But I do think, however, it's very important for Trump to be at that Libertarian convention, and we'll have that for you on the 25th. Plus, I'm kind of seeing tentatively in the pipeline there are some pretty exciting broadcasts coming up, some opportunities with President Trump. We'll see if those get officially announced. I know I saw yesterday announced that he was coming to the Bronx, and that rumor mill has been spinning for a while, and now the Madison Square Garden rumor that's been pushed out there for a while. I really wish that would just be confirmed as a rally site, because I think that would be insane. And I do think President Trump would fill the Madison Square Garden up, because New York absolutely loves President Trump. But the event in the Bronx, from what I understand, is kind of a lot like the bodega type stop where he's going to show up, be in the public viewing, going to have some people there gathered, going to give a brief speech. And that's what he has done while he's in New York City. And I love it. I think it's a terrific way to take advantage of the fact that, hey, if the state of New York wants to stick him in court all week and the cameras are, all camped out, waiting to really listen to ask him every question in the world and cover this trial, then they'll cover him. And so he's really used the media like he's brilliant at it. I mean, President Trump uses the media for his message like no other. And I kind of wish more people in the political circle did what he's doing. And and there's a lot of Republicans, in my opinion, and I'm not going to name names now, but there's a lot of people in Congress that love to get on C-SPAN 2-minute, 1-minute floor speeches, 5-minute floor speeches, deliver this well-crafted narrative, push it out on Facebook, and walk out with their fist in the air and say, I stand for the American people, and I'm tough, and I'm fighting the socialist agenda, and I stand for President Trump. But when it comes down to it, their voting record doesn't match their C-SPAN clip. And if their constituents only know how they really behave in D.C., maybe they would have a tougher time of getting elected. And that's one of the things that I think that is going to change as we kind of go in this next phase of, I said this top of the hour, of this kind of division in the Republican Party. You have the America First movement, you have the more of the country club establishment, I call them the uniparty Republicans, and so there is a division there. But I can tell you one thing, if we were to walk around this room and you were asked these people here, like, what do you think about your constituent, and did you know, I should do a segment saying, well, did you know that your congressman voted this way? And they would probably find it hard to believe that the people that they get the messaging all day long don't actually vote the way they want to vote. And I think that's one of the things that will come into play as we go closer. Now, there's some primaries out there, and I'm going to kind of stay away from talking too much about some of these races, but you've got people in Congress that traditionally have not voted, in very conservative, or at least back President Trump as a candidate. But as soon as President Trump got indicted, they jumped ship and went over to DeSantis, rode the DeSantis train for a little bit until he dropped out. Now they're back over to Trump, and they're out there campaigning like they're MAGA, when they're only MAGA because DeSantis dropped out. Those are the people that when President Trump gets in office and he's looking for the support of Congress, I kind of often have to wonder if that support will come. And it's so important that we do take care of Congress in 2024, because if we do, God willing, get a Trump presidency, we need a strong Congress to push those agenda forward, and we definitely have to take control of the Senate. You've got Carrie Lake race in Arizona. She has to win. We have to have that seat in Arizona. There's a couple other seats that we have to win, because if we went into 2025 with Trump in office, control the House and the Senate with the right people in place, I would bet to argue there's probably nothing we can't get accomplished. But we have to have the right speaker in place as well, and that's something that, we can argue until the cows come home on that. But we have to have the right leadership in place to make all of these agendas happen. We just got to. I mean, it's easy to talk the talk, but I want to see action. I want to see people walk the walk on that. 2:58 here. The great state of Texas, Dallas, Texas to be exact. NRA convention. And we are sitting here at the 153rd NRA convention meeting. They have officially closed the doors to this venue, which makes me think that they are at capacity in this room, which is good to know. We had no doubt that it would happen. So you can't see, but there's standing room only back behind the seats here. So every seat is taken. So that's that. And of course, people still at the convention itself, which has got a great resource for all of the gun enthusiasts, safety. All right, let's turn our attention to the stage.
Running a little late. Let's be honest. Appreciate everybody hanging with us. This program is going to start, and it's going to start not too long from now. I'm out of T-shirts, though. They sent me to get the hard time. It's okay, I can take it. I'm from New Jersey. But thank you all very much for being here. President Trump's going to be with us very, very soon. Thanks for bearing with us.
A brief message by one of the people here, and obviously the crowd here wants to get this show on the road, and I don't think they're looking for any more delays here. And every time they have made an announcement about it starting and it doesn't start, you kind of get the crowd moaning a little bit, and you're not going to understand that. These people are excited. They want to see they want to see this president. They want to see, the Republican nominee, the person that's in charge of the Republican Party. And I think that's one of the things that that kind of ties into what I was just talking about in terms of Congress and why the Democrats are going after President Trump with these trials. They know that he is the nominee for the Republican Party. They know that the polling is insane with the president head-to-head with Joe Biden. If you're going to go back to about, maybe a year or so ago, you saw people polling, and there was to a certain degree, you had Biden and Trump being head-to-head in certain states within the margin of error. But as we sit now and going on the end of May of 2024, those numbers have changed for numerous reasons. And I think that's why they are panicking, and that's why they are continuing to press with these sham lawsuits and these trials. And the American people, they're not stupid. They see it. People that are even agnostic and in their political beliefs and have not been active at all in voting have now see what's going on, and they're getting involved. And I think that's something that President Trump, to his advantage, through his policies and through his performance between 2016 and 2020, that's what he runs on. And that's when you put his 4 years in office up against Biden's term so far, it's really hard to argue which policies were better for America. And I said this earlier on the show, that the debates, in my opinion, aren't necessarily for the American people. These debates, if anything, will show the Democrats essentially how weak their candidate is. And so I would not doubt that if Biden has a horrible performance in the first debate, that you would not see a potential shift at the DNC to replace Biden. Now that is probably a very small probability that would happen. But then again, I don't see how the Democrats can sit there, watch their candidate get beat in the polls badly, watch their candidate, quite honestly, not do press conferences, ghost the media for the most part. I mean, it was, when you do see Joe Biden stand up to the press, it's normally him walking away from, Marine One. It's him walking out of a limo. It's him walking away to do something. It's hardly walking up to a group of reporters and answering open questions. It's a very controlled environment. So if you get President Trump and President Biden head-to-head, 10 feet apart with a moderator in the middle, it is going to be unpredictable of what could happen, because President Trump is going to come out swinging on Biden. This would be my strategy. If they can get Biden mentally off, if he can turn into that grumpy old man who stands on your yard and wags that finger at you, telling you to get those kids off my lawn. If he could turn into that person and get him off his game, it's lights out. It might be lights out even if that doesn't happen, if it drags on for a while. And with no studio audience, that does play into Biden's advantage, because you've got President Trump really feeds off the audience. He loves the energy from the audience. You see it in the rallies. You'll see it in the speech today. So the audience, I think, benefits Trump. Now, with no audience, you don't have a reaction to some of the stupid things that Joe Biden is likely to say and other things that he will likely get humiliated on. You won't necessarily hear the fallout from that. So I think not having studio audience really does place in the hand of Joe Biden. Now, let's talk about Joe Biden's energy level. If you remember the State of the Union, how he just absolutely ripped through that speech. I think it was just barely an hour. I was in the State of the Union upstairs and watch it. It took him, I think, the longest walk down from the chamber doors down to the red carpet, talking to all the senators and the congressmen on either side. I think that was the longest walk down I've ever seen in the State of the Union, and the speech was just over an hour. But what will, an extensive live debate look like? I think there's a good probability that those questions could be given to Joe Biden. I don't know why they wouldn't. Hillary Clinton got them from Donna Brazile in the 2016 debates. That was something that we later found out as well. So, will those questions be given to Joe Biden? I can't necessarily think they wouldn't. So there is some disadvantages. And of course, CNN's got the first one. ABC's got the second one. I don't recall who has the third debate, but nevertheless, that's rad. Okay, it's 3:07 here. Let me see if I can't get a update on the speeches here as we make our way into the 3 o'clock hour here, and we're glad that you're joining us here in Dallas, Texas. And gun rights is something that the radical left, a lot of Democrats have talked about for a long time, of gun control. And I think it's really interesting, and this doesn't seem conspiracy theory at all, but I will say this. I have seen where every time we've had these national conventions, we've had some type of focus on any recent gun violence, and it so happens that there was some activist outside that was chanting "Stop gun violence," and gun violence stops now. And I'd just like to say, I mean, the gun violence that we see on the streets of America are not by these, law-abiding registered gun owners in this country, God-fearing Americans. It's by thugs. It's by people who don't respect human life. It's by people who don't care about our laws. It's about people who are, against the principles of this country. It's people who have an alternative motive in this country. So the people protesting outside about taking away your guns I just think they need to focus on the real problem of these guns in this country. We're going to see as soon as it starts, I'll step off and so you guys can see. So we're here. If you are a member of the NRA, I know we had Jennifer on earlier talking about that. If you're not a member of the NRA, I believe the website was nra.org. You can go on there and sign up. But she told me there's no minimal age. She said today they sign up 1 month. Maybe it was 1 month old. Got a membership to the NRA. So there's no minimum age on that. Go check it out for all the details as well. But you're glad you're joining us. We will continue our coverage of Trump rallies as well. The next Trump event after this, I believe, is in D.C. for the Libertarian National Convention as well. Let me step aside and get ready. I kind of feel like the program could be starting here momentarily as we make our way into the midway point in this hour. As a reminder, go to our website, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. You can sign up for our newsletter. Grace Saldana does an excellent job bringing you all of the stories that mean the most to you. And so we're glad that she is a part of an amazing team of writers that simply put America first. They put your interests first. You can sign up for our newsletter. It's absolutely free. It won't cost you anything, and we won't spam you with ads or anything. We don't sell your email. So go check it out, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. And while you're there, you can also donate to the network. It's easy to do, simple, safe, and secure. Go check it out. You can click on it. You can do a one-time donation. You can do a recurring donation as well, rsbnetwork.com. We talk about our great sponsors that we have and great partners. Like we have the Wellness Company, Free Trump Book, Birch Gold. We have some great sponsors, Blackout Coffee. But our biggest sponsor was you, the viewer. So I encourage you to go over to the website, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com/donate. And as the great Larry Elder would say, throw a little something in the tip jar. Make it ring. rsbnetwork.com. Also, you can follow us on all of our social media platforms as we will continue to update different events via the social media platforms. I kind of remember, shout out to Rumble at one point. I remember we were covering post-election coverage where there were certain things we couldn't say on the internet, certain things we couldn't say on that particular platform. But Rumble came forward and really provided an outlet and a platform that we could, openly express what was going on. And think about all of the conspiracy theories. So we were told at that time that they were conspiracy theories, but at the end of the day, we were right. And matter of fact, the Trump team had a hat that says Trump was right. Well, I think we were all right about a lot of stuff, but Rumble gave us the ability to stay focused and keep the message on point. So when we were banned from other platforms, Rumble was there. That enabled us to get on and continue to share the truth. So shout out to Rumble. And if you're not following us on Rumble, or maybe you haven't even downloaded the Rumble app, it's easy to do. Just go download the Rumble app. You can watch us on Rumble very much like you do all the other social media platforms. And, social media is one of those things. We saw exactly what happened after the election. Mark Zuckerberg, who we come to find out had put hundreds of hundred millions of dollars into local state elections, really, in a way, funneled money into Democrat areas and helped get the vote out. And so since then, there have been some changes of allowing, money like Facebook money going into elections. And it's just, we saw how social media companies suppressed certain topics. They control the narrative, kind of like you had, 51 intelligence officers put their John Hancock on a piece of paper that said that the laptop from hell was not Russia misinformation. That it was Russia misinformation. There was no laptop from hell. And so we often saw these lies that were pushed by the media that we later found out were complete lies. We saw the weaponized government go after, school board moms, grandmothers that went to a meeting to protest the cause of the day, rightfully protest. We saw them getting a visit from the FBI. We saw people on January 6th that simply walked in an open door and was greeted by Capitol Police, the welcoming committee, to come on in. That maybe walked in, didn't touch a single thing, didn't touch a single officer, took some pictures, maybe even prayed inside the Capitol. And next thing you know, they found themselves on the other side of the door from an FBI agent asking them their involvement in January 6th. And some of those people to this day are still sitting in a jail cell outside D.C. So you've got a weaponized government in cooperation with social media suppressing a lot of the information about not only the election, which we heard from day one, which I will talk about Mike Lindell here in just a second, because I remember exactly where I was at when I got the phone call from Mike Lindell saying, hey, I've got some stuff about this election. We need to talk. And then that's when everything started to unfold. And Doug Mastriano, I'll give him a shout out there. He's running for governor in Pennsylvania. So if you live in Pennsylvania, Doug Mastriano was the horse that we got behind, because he was that MAGA candidate for governor. But at the time, he was a state senator, and he's the first elected person to come out and say, wait a minute, we had too many discrepancies in Pennsylvania to certify these elections. We've got to look at these problems. Okay, we've got to look at what we have discovered. Why did more people cast a ballot than we have registered to vote? Like, why do we have all of that? And so they were the first people to really, he was the first person rather to do that. We did that in Gettysburg. We had a great, public Senate hearing for election integrity. So Doug Mastriano led that charge. And then it seems like every state had its own set of, leaders that would look at this information. But in the heart of it all, you had Mike Lindell. He was there. He was in the middle of all of that and put in, I'm going to say tens of millions of dollars, if not more, in investigating what happened on November of 2020. And so that's why it's so important for outlets like Right Side and others to always talk about this topic, always, talk about the what if scenario, and that's probably outside. Like, we know that President Trump has the votes. He has the overwhelming message that makes this country great, and I think he has the votes. But it comes down to who's voting the ballots and what ballots come in. When I say what ballots come in, I mean lawful, legal ballots come in. I'm not talking about ghost ballots. I'm not talking about ballots that have no digital footprint, no trail, no paper trail. No, there's no paper, replica of that ballot. Things like that. So that's why it's important for you guys at home to let your voices be heard, as President Trump said once before. And when you see an article that's backed up by facts and it's got sources and it says exactly backs up verifies what they're talking about, share it. That's how you become. It's a force multiplier. That's how we take this country back. We change the narrative, because we're in the situation right now because we had decades of weak Republicans that simply did nothing. They did not fight when they could fight. They allowed the radical left to push back and push back and push back and push back, and they never fought back. So now we're sitting in 2024 in a situation where they're telling us that men can give birth. They're telling us that anybody should be able to vote in an election, right? Open borders. If you're a non-resident of the U.S., non-citizen, sure you can vote in state, local, and federal elections. That's where we're at today. They're taking this Constitution and just wanting to rip it up in front of us. So it's going to take very courageous leaders. It's going to take people like yourself watching us to get out and let your voices be heard and elect the right people in office. And I always say, look at the vote. I think you can go to scorecard.com. I'm going to get the website, put it up later. If you Google scorecard, political scorecard, you'll see the website. When you go on there, put your representative's name in the search bar and then search how they voted. Now, Liberty Scorecard will basically put up, kind of what their score is. It's kind of like something you see in school. It's got an A, B, C, D, E, F, right? You'll A, B, C, D, F, basically. You'll see that, and then you'll be able to see how your representative votes, because you might be really surprised that that person that does a great job of messaging online does a horrible job voting. And that's what you got to look out for. And then also find out if you're, congressperson, woman, man, did they support President Trump from day one? Or did they just recently come on because, they got to because they want to get your vote. When they get back in office, they're going to vote against some of these principles. So a lot to look out for, and I don't think you guys understand how powerful your voice is, and that you're the ultimate decider of who goes into office to work for you and I. I mean, it's you, the voter. And so, one of the questions that I often get is, what happens if this election is stolen again? And that's an answer I don't know how to honestly give. I mean, I think half of America that voted for President Trump, they feel like their election was stolen again. I think half those people get very discouraged and they go away. Then I think the other half leans into this, fabric of this country, this patriotic fabric of this country, and I think they do let their voices be heard. And I don't think they do it in a violent way, but I think they're going to get angry. I think they're going to do what we saw in Brazil with Bolsonaro. I mean, their turnout was ridiculous. Their turnout made any crowd size that we've ever seen look small. They literally went out in mass numbers and made their voices be heard. And I think you could see that post election if we see discrepancies like we saw last time. If we see no discrepancies and the vote is the vote, and we all go, well, the ballots came in on time. We don't have 2 weeks before we have to count more ballots. That's what we saw in certain states like Pennsylvania, where I remember them saying you had to November 15th to get your ballot in. I thought, wait a minute, the election is tomorrow, but you're telling us we have the 15th to get our ballot. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And that was because of COVID, by the way, too, and the drop boxes. So as long as we don't have those discrepancies, I think that we can look at the results and accept the results. But I also think we need to flood the polls. I need to make it what President Trump often says, too big to rig. If you make it too big to rig, you have this massive turnout, then I think it's over. I think the election at that point is pretty well determined, the outcome. So we'll see. And as we get closer and closer, that's why it's important to, no matter where you live right now, no matter where you're watching us from, if you're from a very red state, keep it red. Go out there and rally and campaign like you're 30 points down. Go and knock on doors. And even if they have a Trump flag, flying on their house and a Trump sign on the yard and an American flag on their house, knock on it anyway to make sure they get out and vote, because that is one of the biggest problems. I heard a stat, and I said this at the top of the show, that people, the hunters and fishermen, the outdoorsmen, I guess you could say, are some of the lowest voter turnout demo that we have. Especially we talk about an outdoorsman who does nothing but, the premise is probably mainly with a handgun or a rifle, right? Your Second Amendment is crucial that you continue to do your hobby. So if you're not getting out and voting for a party that supports the policies that enforces you or supports you having a rifle, then I don't know what you're waiting for. Especially if you want to protect your family at home. I mean, Dallas here, and I was talking to somebody off camera earlier, Dallas is a very interesting city, and I have a house just north of here. But Dallas has a Republican mayor that was previously a Democrat. He switched parties, found that the Democrat Party's policies were just kind of going off in left field and left him from a political standpoint. So he switched parties, and so he's now, kind of governing with a conservative mindset, which is good. And Dallas has a great police chief. This police chief is being recruited really around the country to help solve crime in their cities. So the way you fight crime is you get tough on it. You don't tolerate it. You prosecute criminals. That's why you've seen cities like Chicago, New York City, Los Angeles in particular, where I've got an interest there in Los Angeles, got family. I keep an eye on what's going there, and you've got Gaston, a district attorney there in Los Angeles, that have just let criminals walk. The amount of shoplifting that has closed down hundreds of stores across California, Southern California and Northern California. Their lack of urgency to prosecute crime has got them in that situation they're in right now. And they have such a huge homeless issue there in California. And the solution is not just to keep throwing money at a problem. It goes, I think, much further than that. I think when you talk about homeless, I think you have a mental health issue. You have mental health issues in that state, and which need to be addressed. I mean, you just don't put people out on the streets that, quite frankly, need help, and perhaps they need medication to keep them from being as violent as they are. And maybe that's why you see, in New York City, when we were there covering some of the trial coverage and the OTRs that we were there, you had people that would, young women that were getting punched in the face just walking down the street. You saw a lot of this random violence, and I think that is a direct result from a mental health crisis that we have in this country. That we have people that don't respect, they don't respect the law, they don't respect authority, and they've got some mental illness. So you've got a huge social problems on the streets of America, and it starts with policies. I'm sorry. It starts with policies. And, and I was listening to a financial show driving down here this morning, and they were talking about taxes. They were talking about investments and how you can, save for retirement. And the radio host said, well, I don't want to get political, and that's not what we do here. And I wanted to call in and go, wait a minute. You have to get political, because those decisions that are made politically affect policy, that affect the fiscal policy, that affect the consumer, that affect the spending, affect the work, it affects everybody. So for so long, we have been told to get out of the political space. Don't talk about religion and politics. And we've had weak Republicans and people in position to change things, and they have avoided talking about politics and religion. That's why we're in the situation we are today. And I really wish I could have called that radio station and said, wait a minute, you can just stop right there. Because it does come down to policy. It does matter who is writing the fiscal policy. It does matter who is writing the tax code. It does matter who's for small business and who's not. Look what COVID did. These shutdowns, it destroyed generational wealth. It wiped away, long-standing businesses. It gave more money to the wealthy and I would say the big box stores, if you will. lack of a better term, it shifted the wealth more to them and it shut down the little guys. It's exactly what it did. It crushed small businesses. That's one of the reasons why I got fired from my previous job. Because I criticized these unconstitutional shutdowns of small business. It was unconstitutional. I didn't want to comply. I felt sorry for the people that worked their ass off their entire life to generate some type of business, and then all of a sudden have to shut it down for what? To 6 feet and wear a mask, and they essentially could not even, sustain their livelihood, and then what? Rely on the government to give them money so they can get by? It was wrong, and I will say this: it's never, when I say never, I mean never going to happen again. Now there'll be some states that comply. There'll be some states that will bend the knee to this, and they'll do exactly what their government officials say to do, because they'll be threatened with jail time. They'll be threatened to be locked up or fined. But I will say this: in Texas, that's not happening. I don't care who the governor is. It is not happening, because people have a lot of grit in this state. They have a lot of pride in this state, and they're strong individuals, and they believe in their freedoms. Their freedoms that don't come from the government, right? And that's one of the biggest fundamental differences between someone, a leftist, a socialist, and someone that is, I would say, even a Democrat or a Republican. The two different beliefs. Our governments do not come, our rights do not come from the government. Okay, they come from God. Your rights come from God. So, all right, music's live. We're live here, NRA Convention, Dallas, Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the National Rifle Association of America, Charles L. Cotton.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dallas for the 153rd NRA Annual Meetings and Exhibits, and obviously as well as the NRA Leadership Forum that everyone looks forward to every year. Thanks for being here. To begin today's program, would everyone please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, folks. Please remain standing and welcome a Boston-based soprano, the talented Lauren Schultes. She's going to be singing the national anthem. I've had the pleasure, and I do mean the pleasure, to hear her sing 3 times now. The lady is amazing. Lauren, please join us.
Oh, see, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's
the third time. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you so much for being with us. It's a pleasure for me to go ahead and be seated, folks. It's a pleasure for me to be here for yet another reason. I get to introduce our Governor Greg Abbott. I have known Greg for, Lord, I guess over 35 years now. I've known him as a fellow lawyer that handled a certain type of lawsuits. I've tried cases before him when he was a Harris County District Judge. He was also on the Texas Supreme Court. He served as our Attorney General. And of course, he's been governor since 2015. In every single position, he has made it a point to support the Second Amendment and the Texas version, which is Article 1, Section 23 of the Texas Constitution. I know it's hard. I've known him so long. In fact, I've had the opportunity to introduce him before and have a hard time calling him Governor Abbott because to me, he's just Greg. He's a friend. And frankly, I can't help but believe a lot of you feel the same way because he truly is a friend in so many ways. I would be here way too long to list all the things he's done for gun owners, and not just guns, owning guns, but being able to use them in self-defense without being in fear of surviving the brutal attack, but not the legal aftermath. Greg has always been on the side of honest, law-abiding people. As I say, I could go on and on. He's signed so many what we would all call pro-gun, pro-self-defense bills. It'd take way too long to list all of them. And with that, folks, please help me welcome my friend and yours, the governor of the great state of Texas, Greg Abbott.
Well, thank you to Charles, and thank you to everybody here for that, what we'll call a Texas-size welcome. And I want to say to all of the NRA members with us here today, as governor of this great state, welcome to Texas. Where when it comes to defending our freedoms, it is part of our DNA. Now more than ever, we must fight to protect our Second Amendment rights. And that is exactly what Texas has done. According to the NRA, since I became governor, Texas has passed more significant Second Amendment protections than any other state in the United States of America. That includes campus carry, open carry, and then 2 sessions ago, I had a big signing ceremony at the Alamo with leadership members from the NRA, where I signed 7 Second Amendment protections into law, including constitutional carry in the state of Texas. Including a law that made Texas a Second Amendment sanctuary state, shielding Texans from an overreaching federal government. And a law protecting gun owners' privacy from the surveillance by financial institutions. And then last year, I signed 3 more laws protecting Second Amendment rights, one of which prohibits cities and counties from requiring gun owners to buy liability insurance. You should not be forced to pay to exercise your Second Amendment rights. Texas is a law and order state. Unlike some of these radical leftist universities like Columbia, UCLA, and far too many others, in Texas, we don't tolerate paid protesters who try to hijack our college campuses. When they tried pulling that stunt in Texas, our Department of Public Safety cleared the area, arrested the protesters, and put them in jail. Another thing that we don't tolerate in Texas, and that is Joe Biden's open border policies. Never forget that it was just 4 years ago we had the most secure border in 45 years. And that is because Donald Trump passed 4 policies and put them in place. Remaining Mexico, Title 42, in-catch release, and build a border wall, the most secure border since last century. Then Joe Biden took office and he signed so many executive orders, he decimated that secure border. And now we have the highest number of illegal border crossings in the history of the country. In the 3.5 years of Joe Biden, there have been more than 10 million illegal immigrants cross our border illegally. For those from Texas, we have more than 4 Houstons who've crossed the border illegally under Joe Biden, including known terrorists, known murderers, known rapists, people that we are not going to accept in our state. When Biden commanded that the Texas border be open, we responded, Texas will not comply. Instead, Texas has done more than any state in the history of America to secure our border. You remember those big orange buoys that we put into the Rio Grande River? They were designed by the Border Patrol to deny illegal entry, and wouldn't you know that as soon as we put them in the river, Joe Biden filed a lawsuit to take them out. That case is still tied up in courts today. But I want you to know, as we gather at this NRA convention, those buoys remain in the Rio Grande River. Texas is the only state in the history of America to build our own border wall. We did not reinvent the wheel here. We are building the exact same wall that Donald Trump came up with, which is impenetrable. And we're adding more and more miles every single day. And I deployed thousands of Texas National Guard to install razor wire and anti-climb barriers to deny illegal entry into the state of Texas. But we caught Joe Biden using a 50-acre park in Eagle Pass, Texas, which became the epicenter for this crisis. About 5,000 illegal immigrants were crossing Eagle Pass a day. And I ordered the Texas National Guard to wire that park shut. There's no longer thousands of people crossing the border, even hundreds at that point. Now, on average, there are only 2 people crossing that border illegally a day, and they are arrested by the Texas Department of Public Safety. Our efforts have been so successful. In the last 2 years, we've seen illegal immigration increase in New Mexico, Arizona, and California. But in the state of Texas, because of the resistance we've put up, illegal immigration has gone down 65%. And know this, unless and until Joe Biden does finally begin to enforce the immigration laws, I will continue to bus those migrants to sanctuary cities across the United States of America. Bunch of hypocrites. But they're going to New York, trust me. Mayor Adams needs something to do. But this crisis is about to come to an end in just 6 months. That's when Joe Biden will be fired as President of the United States of America. And Donald Trump will once again become president of the greatest country in the history of the world. Let's be clear about this. Joe Biden deserves to be fired. Under his feckless leadership, we have war in Europe. Israel is under attack. China is emboldened, and inflation is destroying the middle class in the United States of America. And Biden's alliance with extremists have led to open borders, gun control, riots on our college campuses, and the gutting of our constitutional rights. Donald Trump is the antidote to Joe Biden. In the history of America, no president has done more to secure our border. No president has fought harder to protect your Second Amendment rights. Under Donald Trump, our world was safer. We had the most secure border in decades. Russia and China were in check, and the United States economy was booming with inflation under control. But, and I could not be more serious about what I'm about to say, Trump's election depends on the extraordinary effort by the NRA. When you are organized and turn out, no organization in America can champion it over you. With your help, we will elect Donald Trump president once again, a freedom fighter who puts America first. He will lock down the border, control the chaos that grips the globe, and most importantly, protect your God-given Second Amendment rights. Here in Texas, we have a saying for Joe Biden and his leftist allies, and that is, come and take it. And with your help, that's exactly what we are going to do to Joe Biden in November. Thank you all, God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
Please welcome NRA Interim Executive Vice President, Andrew Arulanandam.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 ILA Leadership Forum. I know you didn't come here to see me, so I'll be very brief. My name is Andrew Arulanandam. I'm the Interim Executive Vice President and CEO of the NRA. I've worked, thank you. I've worked for the NRA for about 25 years in public affairs and general operations. So I know a little bit about what's going on with the NRA. No matter what you've heard, we are strong, we're healthy, we're resolute, committed, and united as ever. But now I have a very important piece of business. For a century, the NRA and America's law enforcement have shared an unbreakable bond of mutual trust and support. So today, we're continuing a long-standing tradition of recognizing the NRA Law Enforcement Officer of the Year. Let me tell you a story. On a hot July afternoon last year in Fargo, North Dakota, 4 police officers were working a routine traffic accident. Suddenly, someone across the street opened rifle fire on the officers like a shooting gallery. 3 officers went down. To save them, the 4th, Officer Zachary Robinson, armed with only a handgun, opened fire and advanced on the suspect until he was dead. For his courage and bravery, and for relieving the city of Fargo of another violent criminal. Let's hear it loud for NRA's Law Enforcement Officer of the Year, Officer Zach Robinson. Zach, would you please stand and be recognized? I have one other important piece of business. Today is the day we remember the brave souls and sacrifices of our men and women who put service above self. Today is Armed Forces Day. If you are a current or past member of the Armed Forces, please stand and let's make this room roar with our appreciation. Thank you. Thank you all for your service. President Trump is here, but he's doing some news interviews, and he will be out shortly, along with Randy Kozak, NRA ILA's Executive Director. So please stretch your legs. The program will continue shortly. Thank you very much.
Full moon shining bright. Edge of the water, we were feeling alright. Back down a country road, the girls are always hot and the beer is ice cold.
There's a little hint of what could possibly come in the next few minutes as I guess President Trump is on site. He's just back doing some press before he comes out on stage. But we've got several thousand people in this convention center that are ready for President Trump to step out and deliver, once again, a speech to a very enthusiastic crowd. Brian Glenn joining us here live, Dallas, Texas, NRA. As we welcome you. into our broadcast, and hopefully you guys are having a fantastic Saturday as we continue to bring you all the developments out here on the campaign trail. Now, President Trump coming into today's speech, leading in many of the major polls in various states, and of course that momentum has really pushed him into these debates that now President Biden has agreed upon. There's 3 debates, one being on, I believe, late June on CNN, the other one on ABC News. We were talking earlier about these debates, and I was just reading some online chats about them, and people are excited to see it. I think this is going to be probably one of the most watched debates that we've seen in a long time. If you look back in the 2016 election with Hillary Clinton, we did see the viewership on those debates really spike because of a lot of the toxic messaging going back and forth. And so I can only imagine as we get to these debates next month that the energy level, the intensity of the messaging from both the Trump campaign and the Biden campaign will be probably at all-time level. So we'll make sure, and I'm sure we'll have some programming built around those debates for you as well to get involved in the conversation. But we're glad you're joining us, and it is about gun rights here. The NRA this is the 153rd annual NRA meeting and convention that they have had, and of course we've had Jennifer Beeman on earlier talking about all the benefits of NRA, and I didn't know that originally it was developed as more of a safety organization for for marksmanship with a gun and how do you handle them, and it has grown to so much more, and it's been really kind of a staple of our Second Amendment right, which gives us the ability to bear arms. Now, depending on what state you're in, if you're in certain states like Virginia or Maryland or California or Washington State or New York State, it seems like you don't see as much of gun enthusiasts, if you will. But when you come to Texas, and Governor Greg Abbott had mentioned it here, I mean, we have constitutional carry, we have concealed, we have open carry in this state as well. So it's one of these proud states for if you're a gun owner. We do embrace the Second Amendment here, and when people think of the NRA, a lot of times they think of maybe you're concealed, maybe self-defense type of weaponry, and not really of hunting. But the NRA is very much, and I was walking around the displays here before we came into the press area, and it seems like there are a lot of outdoor companies that specialize in hunting and marksmanship and sport shooting here. So just an incredible convention, 14,000 acres of booth space, 70+ thousand people over the next couple of days will make their way or have made their way into this convention here in Dallas. But we're glad you're joining us here, and of course just taking a look at some of the news that is making headlines today. And it seems like when you look at the polling and you look at all of the things that are unfolding in our nation right now, and Governor Greg Abbott talked about this a few minutes ago, these paid activists showing up on these college campuses. And it's really interesting because I was there in New York when President Trump first went to the courthouse, his first indictment. There was a huge turnout of not only supporters, and I'll post this picture up here in a little bit, but also the counter protests to President Trump. Just massive amounts of people at the Collect Pond Park. But as we go to fast forward to the events now, and we see the latest indictments and the latest court hearings, and when Michael Cohen took the stand, you saw a little bit more people showing up. The anti-Trump counter-protest group are no longer really there. You have one or two guys that are walking around screaming, profanity and having, lewd and vulgar posters of President Trump and just, cartoons, things like that. And you even have activists that are dressed up, or half naked. It's a clown show. But you don't see them now because they are now shifted their attention over to the pro-Palestinian protest on college campuses and around this country. So those are nothing more but paid activists. So Governor Greg Abbott was perfect. He was right on. Very few of that you see at these college campuses are actually students. They're just paid activists, and that so happens to be the cause for the moment. So when you go to in front of the Collect Pond Park and there in New York City, there's a reason why you don't see a lot of counter protests against Trump, because they are now switched teams, and they're over on the pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas crowd. We were in New York City briefly to cover some of the trial, and I remember on a Sunday we had kind of a day off, so I took the subway to Wall Street, and I wanted to kind of get an idea of what Wall Street looked like. So I was on the subway coming up. I heard a constant drum beat. I heard people kind of chanting and singing some type of song. And lo and behold, it was the pro-Hamas people out there demonstrating and just took over this wide area right there in front of the Wall Street, the stock, the FTC and the Federal Trade and the stock market right there. And it really reminded me of just how much money is being pushed into this movement. And you've got them popping up on college campuses, but when school is out in the summertime, which by the way, some universities don't stop their commencement speech because of this distraction, but you're going to see the movement go from the college campuses over to the streets of this country. You're going to see them move over to the city near you, because that's what they need to do. If you look at the distractions over the last election cycles, go back to 2016. What was the big story there? If you remember, it was racism. It was Charlottesville. It was the MAGA cult, the racist Donald Trump, the racist MAGA supporters, and this big division in our country. That's what, which happened to be one of the biggest lies ever told by the media about President Trump, was the Charlottesville lie. I encourage you to go to PragerU and search that, and they've got a great 5-minute video about this lie and how that really did attempt to change the narrative of President Trump and Trump supporters built around that lie. So then you fast forward to 2020, what was it? It was George Floyd, Summer of Love, the streets of Minnesota on that summer night, and of course that built into a much long Summer of Love, where around the country, dozens of cities around the country continue to see protests and burning down city streets and schools and just landmarks and defacing statues and going to city halls, and the vandalism that took place, the police burning police cars. That's what we saw in 2020, and that was the whole Black Lives Matter movement. Once again, stoking emotion, stoking division in this country, stoking racism, creating racism, pushing this narrative that once again, we need the adults in charge. 2016, we were told by Hillary Clinton that, the country won't survive under a Trump presidency. Well, we know exactly what happened during those 4 years. Now, when you get into 2020, we were told they needed the adults in charge, that we needed to get President Trump out of office and get the adults back in charge of this country, dealing with all of the problems. 2020 and COVID, for the lack of out of the control of China, dropping that on us, that really threw that election into a tailspin, and just it disrupted campaigning because of the social distancing guidelines, and it wasn't until really late 2020 that we were able to go out and do these. This would have never happened. The NRA in 2020, the convention would have never happened. You would never put this many people in a convention center this close together. Remember, we got the 6 feet. We got the 6 feet rule, which was never based on science or any type of proven theory. It was just something that they quite honestly made up, and that was later admitted just even a few weeks ago. So the campaign in 2020 was very different. Then we saw Trump rallies, and we were there covering the Trump rallies. Still massive turnouts in 2020 for these rallies. A lot of them had to be done outside because of the public safety concerns of COVID and the 6 feet and wear a mask, and none of that really mattered outside. So that's why you saw a lot of rallies at airport hangars and in fields. So then we go to Election Day, and I do remember exactly where I was at on the day of election. I was in Grand Rapids, Michigan, on my way back to Texas, and I remember thinking, hey, I've seen the crowds, I've seen the momentum. We saw the last 4 years were incredible under the Trump administration, and there's no way we lose this election. The people have his support, no doubt about it. And then election night happened, and we saw the different states and various points in the whole ballot counting started to have some discrepancies that we've never seen before in political history. Then I started going back to thinking about the crowds that I did not see at a Biden event. Biden would go into a middle school gymnasium and they'd stand in hula hoops 6 feet apart, or they'd go into a drive-in movie, they'd stay in their cars, they'd honk the horn every time they heard something good from Joe Biden. I saw no campaigning in 2020, zero. And this is all against a man whose proven policies from 2016 worked. He had the backing of America, they had the backing and the support at rallies, and that he'd show up at a Waffle House with 5 people, and half those 5 people would probably were plants. So after that election, with the discrepancies, I thought this cannot be right. Many of you said that. I talked to many people in this room before we got started today. They said, hey, this is the most important election of our lifetime. We know exactly what happened last time. We know exactly what the fallout was. We know exactly what happens when the Trump policies are not put in place. So, fast forward to November 2024. We know what Joe Biden has done. He's, lack of a better word, screwed up this country, and President Trump often talks about it. You combine the 5 worst presidents, and he says, you know what? Although you combine the 10 worst presidents in history, and they're still better than Joe Biden has done. So when you look at the 2024 election, you see all these massive crowds. We just got out of New Jersey, 80 to 100,000 people in Wildwood, New Jersey. I was there, personally saw it, talked to event officials. They have massive music concerts there all during the summer in that same exact space. And they have a very good barometer on telling how many people are there. And if I'm a part of the Biden administration, the re-election campaign, if I'm a part of the Biden administration, period, I'm very concerned about this 2024 election, because the American people aren't buying that line of garbage that you guys have right now. Don't tell me that inflation is only 3%. Don't tell me that Bidenomics is working. And what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, stupid? I'm not buying that, and we all know that. The economy is not supporting the American people, and they know it. Let me step aside. We're NRA, Dallas, Texas, here at the convention. Let me get a quick check of local time here, and I'm just going to switch out. It's 4:08. Now, the program originally was supposed to start at 2 o'clock, and that got pushed back to 2:40. Now we're sitting a little after the top of the hour. So I can't, don't know any reason behind that. Not a part of that process at all. But certainly the crowd here is getting a little antsy. When they said you should walk around and stretch your feet, that's exactly what many have done here. Also, let's give a nice shout out to freetrumpbook.com. Now, here's what's really cool. We could tell you all the accomplishments of President Trump, and we often do, but imagine getting a book that you can just flip through. It's got some great illustrations. It's got all the truths about President Trump. That's the biggest thing. It's speaking truth about the accomplishments of President Trump. You can have it. The website is freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. Now, there is a small shipping and handling fee, so you've got to pay for that. But listen up. This is really perfect for school-age kids, because I like to say they're not going to learn about it on the University of TikTok. It's just reality. It's not going to happen. They're not going to see it on Instagram. Now, there's conservative stuff on both those platforms, but they're not going to put it in an educational format like this book. And so the book is absolutely free. You do got to pay a shipping and handling fee. freetrumpbook.com. freetrumpbook.com. Check it out and add it to your collection. I highly suggest, you got a lot of kids that are, kind of transitioning from elementary school to middle school, and middle school to high school, and they need to, they're at the age where they can start to learn a little bit, get a little bit more in depth into what's going on in this country. This is a great book that does that and lays it out in a very educational way. Go check it out, freetrumpbook.com. That is freetrumpbook.com. Also, we love our friends over at the Wellness Company. We talked about the pandemic earlier. We talked about COVID. I know exactly where I was at when it hit. I had no idea what to do. They said wear a mask, get 6 feet away from somebody, and and then once things started coming out, they're like, hey, take ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, take those, and you should be safe. Then we were told not to by the experts. Don't let all that garbage happen all over again. Please, don't let it happen. The Wellness Company has a wonderful emergency medical kit. Dr. Peter McAuliffe and his team of doctors has put something together that you cannot get in the store. And chances are your doctor's not going to prescribe it to you. Chances are the next time a pandemic happens, you're not going to have the opportunity to go see the doctor, because a lot of them are going to follow the Dr. Fauci game plan and shut down and say, oh, too dangerous, can't see anybody. Don't let that happen to you. Just don't let it. Don't be locked outside dealing with the uncertainty. Get this medical emergency kit. The information for that is on your screen. Don't forget the RSBN promo code as well, as you will get a discount on that. Go check it out. Medical emergency kit. Protect your family. Use the promo code. You'll save some money as well. The crowds, they're not going anywhere. So we might be a little late with this show starting right now, but we're certainly not. No one's leaving, as you can see. There's still people in here now. They do have the doors closed behind us, so they're not letting any more people in here, because I think they're to capacity, as you would expect. So that's not happening. But what we do have is a lot of people here that are super antsy to kind of get this thing started, and I don't blame them at all, as they want to see President Trump. Also, programming note, on the 25th, Vanessa Broussard will be live in Washington, D.C. to cover the Libertarian National Convention, where President Trump is speaking there. I think it's very important for President Trump to reach out to the Libertarian independent voter, as that is a segment of voters that needs to be addressed. I know that a lot of people identify as independent or libertarian, and so this is I think it's a very smart move upon the president to go there and reach out to them and do a speech. And then, of course, we'll continue to monitor the developments in the campaign, and of course, as he does events. I know he just posted, I was just looking for the date on there, but he posted that he'll be in the Bronx here coming up. And when you look at the Bronx and you look at Trump, you would not think that, that's two things that go together. But President Trump very much loved in New York. And I was at the bodega in the Bronx and saw the reaction when we were told we were going there to President Trump to meet him at that bodega. I thought, okay, how is Harlem, how is Harlem going to respond to a Trump visit? And as we kind of pulled in the area to looking for a place to park, I noticed the security bike racks that were out. And I thought, okay, we must be getting close to where we're going to ultimately be at. And then I just saw the people come out. Once they blocked off this bodega, it was thousands of people just started turning out and lining the streets. And it wasn't protesters, it was supporters. It was people with signs. It was people with hats and shirts and noisemakers and things like that. So they were supporting President Trump's visit there in Harlem, and that particular stop supported his fight on law and order, which is very, when you think about the power of law and order, it is extremely important. So if you don't have law and order and people don't feel safe on the streets, people can't go to work, they can't go to school. So this is something that New Yorkers are now dealing with. Even before the immigration crisis, you had a battle on crime. Now you throw in hundreds of thousands of illegals that have made it into that New York area and really other cities around the country. Now you've elevated your chaos on the streets because you've got people, and not all of them obviously, but you've got people that have come here to be disruptive, and some people to commit crimes, to commit violent crimes, petty theft, things like that. Well, this bodega had a situation where the clerk ended up stabbing and killing a would-be attacker, a robber, a thief, and then so he got put in jail. Now he's since been released, obviously, and now is suing the state of New York for I believe wrongful incarceration there. But that's his message there in New York. Like, I want to clean up the streets. I want to make it safe. Who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want safer communities? And we saw what happened when the Democrats ran that narrative on defunding the police. That was a narrative. Talk about the dumbest slogan they could have ever created. But at the time, you have leftist socialist people who hate this country and they hate the police. So when they say they want to defund the police, they want to take away the money that allows these the police departments of the country to run. Now here in Dallas, they have from what I understand, from what I've seen on the news, and from what I hear from people that live in this area, they love their police chief. He's been great. Matter of fact, he's being actively recruited by other cities who need the same type of leadership that he has here in Dallas. And of course, they have a mayor who I recall, I believe last year, switched parties. So I guess he was a longtime Democrat. He's now switched parties. Now is identifies as a Republican. So I don't spend enough time in this city to say that I've seen a significant reduction in crime and overall violence. But hey, if other cities want him to come and work for them, I can only assume that he has done a fairly good job. Now, when you look at the other areas of DFW, you've got Collin County, Tarrant County, and all these surrounding counties, tend to be where a lot of the growth has been from people coming from other states. So when you look at the voting map, and that's why these elections are so important. I want you to understand, if you live in Texas, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You've got areas around the DFW Metroplex that tend to be a little bit more new, developing counties, new cities that have popped up, McKinney, Prosper, Frisco, Plano, West Plano in particular. They have been a big draw for people coming in for medical jobs and tech jobs. And a lot of those people are coming in from states like California and New York. So you get an influx of jobs coming in from a blue state, and they're coming here for a better economy, a better lifestyle, a bigger house, lower taxes. No state income tax here in Texas. You do have a relatively high property tax, but they come here for a better life. But when they get to this very red state, which we're told it's red, and it is red, we hope they don't vote the same way when they previously left the states they came from. But let me step aside. We'll get rid of this program as we're live here at the NRA.
Music.
Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a pivotal moment. We are not just endorsing a leader, we are igniting the lamp of liberty across our great nation, defending who we are as Americans and the very fabric of our democracy. Despite the dimming light in Washington, D.C., know this: the lamp of liberty shines brightly from Dallas to Des Moines, from Baton Rouge to Boise.
lighting the path forward for this great nation, the greatest nation. Together, we stand as beacons of light, defending the Second Amendment and all the values that define our country. We're not just spectators. We are the torchbearers for freedom, liberty, and justice, rallying to action millions of our fellow NRA members. From the plains of Wyoming to the shores of Virginia, your dedication fuels our cause, keeping the lamp of liberty burning bright. And there is only one man who stands with us, a man who understands that the flame of liberty does not come from the halls of Washington, D.C., but thrives in the heartland of America. That man is Donald J. Trump. Our NRA Political Victory Fund endorsement today is a battle cry. It is a pledge to fight with everything we have for the rights enshrined in the Second Amendment and fight to secure the free speech in the First Amendment. These principles, like the lamp of liberty, are under siege, but none beyond our defense. Do we stand together in this fight for liberty? Yes, we do. We stand today echoing the words of Teddy Roosevelt. It is not the critic who counts. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena. We are in the arena, along with the defender of the greatest defender of the Second Amendment in our lifetime, Donald Trump. And together, we will fight for the right to keep and bear arms. And for the soul of our nation. Let it be known when history is written that on our watch, the light of liberty did not go out, but instead that it burns brighter than ever for the generations to come. As the chairman of the NRA PVF, it is my honor to announce our endorsement of the 45th and soon to be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
There ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be day. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Randy. It's a true honor to be here today to receive the endorsement of the proud American patriots at the NRA. These are great patriots. These are great people, and we're going to do things like nobody can believe. We're going to win this election at levels that nobody's ever seen before. But thank you very much for that endorsement. It means a lot to me. You know, when I started off, as you know, in 2016, I got that endorsement early, and I got it. Some people thought they had it made, but we got it. We got it again, and we've lived up to everything, as you know, everything I said. They just were under siege with the guns, the rifles, and everything else. We're under siege, but they didn't move us an inch, and we have to stand strong. You know that. We have to stand very strong. So thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it. The NRA has stood with me from the very beginning, and with your vote, I will stand strong for your rights and liberties. And 4 more years in the White House, we're going to do things like nobody can believe. We're going to turn our country around. We're going to, quite simply, make America great again. But one thing I'll say, and I say it as friends, we've got to get gun owners to vote. Because you know what? I don't know what it is. Perhaps it's a form of rebellion, because you're rebellious people, aren't you? But gun owners don't vote. What is that all about? I've heard that. I heard it a few weeks ago. If the gun owners voted, we would swamp them at levels that nobody's ever seen before. So I think you're a rebellious bunch. But let's be rebellious and vote this time, okay? If you go out and vote, I understand exactly why you don't, but we have to win this election. It's the most important election in the history of our country. You've got to get all your friends, all the gun owners. They have to go and they have to vote. If they vote, there's nobody that can beat us, nobody. So it's very important. And I want to thank the NRA President, Charles Cotton, your first Vice President, Bob Barr, and interim Executive Vice President, Andrew Arula-Andum, who's a terrific group of people. That's a terrific group of people. We're also grateful to be joined by a very special man. He's a hot politician, very hot. Governor Greg Abbott. Where is he? He's around here someplace. He's around here. Thank you, Greg. You're a hot politician, Greg. You know why he's hot? Because he's doing a good job. That's a good reason, right? Right, Doc Ronnie? Thank you very much, Greg. Appreciate it. Great job. Also, a friend of mine is the chairman of our campaign in Texas, and we're 2-0, and we have lots of people running. And so far, I think we're 51-0 in Texas. I don't know. I like Texas, and they like me. Somehow it works together. But this man is very, very strong, very popular. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Thank you, Dan. Very strong guy, very popular guy. Thank you very much. Great job. How are we doing, Dan? Are we doing okay? We're way up in Texas. We're way up. Thank you very much. And members of Congress here, we have a lot of them, but a few of them I'm going to introduce. We also have senators, and we're going to just introduce a small group because we have to get on about our business, don't we? Huh? Members of Congress. The only man to hit a ball in Washington out of the stadium, he hit a home run, slow pitch. You know, they play the Democrats, and slow pitch meaning about 55 or 60 miles an hour, not that slow, but nobody's ever hit a home run over the fences except this one man, and he was wearing a MAGA hat. So I didn't know him at the time, but I said, who's the guy that hit the home run? This was a couple of years ago. He hit it right over the fences in the deepest part of the park. And that's not an easy thing to do for a civilian. You know, if you're a baseball player, you can do it. If you're a civilian, you're not supposed to be able to do it. But he was wearing that beautiful red MAGA hat. And I said, who is that guy? And his name's Greg Stupi. And he's here today. And he's my friend with his incredible wife. Thank you. Greg Stupi. Where are you, Greg? Where's Greg? What a shot that was. When they wear a hat that says MAGA, that means they're with us all the way. They're with us. Thank you, Greg. Also, a terrific congressman and a friend of yours, very good friend of you and the state and the country, Pat Fallon. Pat, thank you, Pat. Great, Pat. Great job. Another man, he was the doctor for, I don't think any of you have ever heard of this gentleman, Barack Hussein Obama. Has anyone ever heard of Barack Hussein? No, he was the doctor, very talented doctor, too. You know, he's got a lot of things on his resume. He was a great doctor. He was a great admiral. And now he's a great congressman. And before I introduce him, I just want to say, when he was the doctor at the White House, they asked him, who's healthier? Who's a better physical specimen? Is it Trump or is it Obama? And he said, it's not even close. It's Donald Trump, not even close. I said, I love this guy. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, your congressman, great congressman from Texas. Then he had to louse it up. You know what he did? He said, and he'd live for 200 years, except he likes junk food, so he might only live to 110. Can you believe? I do like junk food. Who doesn't? A real good friend of mine, an incredible Republican, conservative, really a person that loves our country more than anything else, happens to solidly reside in the state of Texas, the president of the America First Policy Institute. What she's done is incredible. She has taken the Policy Institute and brought it to a level that nobody thought possible, and fairly quickly, too, I would say. Brooke Rollins. Brooke? Thank you. Thank you, Brooke. She could run any company in America, but I don't want to say that because I don't want her stolen away from me. Texas legislature candidates who have my complete and total endorsement. David Covey, Alan Schoolcraft, where is Alan? Alan Schoolcraft, Helen Kerwin, and Brent Hagenboo. Where are you? Stand up. Oh, there they are. And David is leading very substantially an absolutely terrible Speaker of the House who didn't want to go into voter fraud. He didn't want to do it. And David, raise your hand, David, because David's leading very, very substantially against your Speaker of the House. And I see the recent polls, but still, it's about a week away. They all have my complete and total endorsement. They're phenomenal people, and they're going to do really, really well. And we appreciate you being with us. Thank you. And good luck in a week from now. Good luck. You're going to win big. You're all going to win big. We have to get your speaker out of there so that we can go into voter fraud. Because, you know, even though we win Texas, Dallas and Houston, those areas, a lot of bad things happening, right, Dan? You know, they have a lot of bad things happening, and we got to stop it before it gets out of control, and they will do that. Also, a man, you know, he was operating a piece of equipment, a big hauler, a big truck. He was a truck guy. A real truck guy, not like Biden. You know, Biden says, I drive trucks. I drive trucks. I used to drive an 18-wheeler. He doesn't know what he said. He didn't. No, he always says that. He said, I used to drive an 18-wheeler. When the truckers come in, that's what he says. When the pilots come in, I used to fly a plane. No, it's true. He's misinformation. I was going to say he's full of bullshit, but I don't want to use bad language because there are a lot of young. No, I don't want to. I don't want to do that. Well, I played golf today with a really good golfer, Tony Romo. Do you know Tony Romo? He may be a better golfer than a football player. I don't know. But we played really today. We were talking about the state. We were talking about a lot of things, and we were at a wonderful course very nearby, and we had a tremendous amount of support from the people at that club. I'll tell you, it's amazing. They love this state. They love your governor, your lieutenant governor. They love this country. It's a beautiful thing to see, really beautiful. But, you know, Biden, he said his biggest lie of all, because I'm a nice golfer, is the expression goes. We have another nice golfer here, by the way, Mr. Steve Witkoff and his son Alex. He's a nice golfer. And he's one of the most successful businessmen in the country. He flew in just to spend some time because he's a big believer in the NRA. But Biden, his biggest lie of all, he said he's a 6.2 handicap golfer. This guy couldn't break 200. I really mean it. And he actually challenged me. You know, last week we're going to have debates with him, and that was good. That's good. I think we're going to, you know, he's still looking for that white stuff that was found in the White House. He said, where is it? It never arrived. It never arrived. They can't find it. Everyone thought it was for Hunter. Maybe it wasn't for Hunter. I think it was for somebody else. But he said 6.2, you know, so usually a guy's a 6 or 7 or an 8. I played golf for a long time. I won a lot of golf. 31 club championships, can you believe it? And he challenged me to a golf match. He said, I'll give him 3 aside. The guy can't break 200. Here's his swing. I'm very good at imitating swings. It's not just well, you ask Tony Romo about that. He'll tell you about Trump. But no, but that's his biggest lie, 6.2. He's got to be 6.2. You know why? 6.2 is like totally accurate, you know, down 0.2. I never even heard of that before. Who's a 6.2? But this gentleman that is from North Carolina got up and made a speech, and the place said, why aren't you running for office? And he gave it a shot. He ran for lieutenant governor. So he went from a tractor. He was a very good operator right here. It was a forklift, and a good one, a big one, and he had a great job. But he made a speech. I think he was protesting taxes or something in North Carolina, and he took the place by storm. One of the most beautiful, resonant voices you've ever heard. He stood up. I said, I think I'm going to really insult him by saying this. It's possible that I will, and I didn't want to do that. And you know, we're doing well with the black voter. They can't even believe it. They love Trump, and I love them. But I said to this man, and when he endorsed me, he gave a speech, and I said, you are Dr. Martin Luther King on steroids. That's how good you are. You are unbelievable as a speaker. And he got up, and he's doing fantastically well in North Carolina, and I think he's going to be the next governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson. And a very popular guy. How's it going? Good? The polls are looking good, I hear, yes? You got to hear this guy speak. Anyway, he's going to be speaking at the convention very loudly and beautifully, and we look forward to that. We're going to have a great convention in Milwaukee, and we're not doing one, you know, they're going to do a Zoom convention, I hear, because, they're blaming the pickets, the riots, whatever they might want to blame. The real problem is he doesn't want to get up and speak. He doesn't want to walk. He can't walk from that stair to this podium. He can't put 2 sentences together. Even his challenge on the debate, it took him 7 shots. They have 7 different clips. For more than 150 years, the NRA has been defined by men and women like all of you, loyal, hardworking citizens who believe in defending your families and your communities and our country. RFK Jr., I call him Junior. By the way, he's radical left. Don't think about it. Don't waste your vote. We need a conservative person with common sense. This guy is radical left who destroyed New York. They're taking down all of the energy components. We have the highest, and all of New England, actually. He's a disaster. He's radical left. RFK Jr. is radical left. It reminds me of this fly that's driving me crazy up here. This fly is brutal. I don't like flies. But RFK Jr. calls you a terrorist group. You know, he calls you a terrorist group. Can't vote for him. You can't, you know. Somebody said, well, they like his policy on vaccine. The other day, he said, no, he'll go for the vaccine. He's got no policy on anything. He's radical left. He always has been. His family is angry at him because he's doing this. They won't talk to him because they said, where the hell did this come from? And for some reason, he's getting probably a little bit more, hurting Biden a little bit more, but we can't waste any votes. We have to make sure we win. And I'm meeting, I don't know if you read, but I'm meeting next week, very soon, with the Libertarians, because largely they have so much of what we have. You know, they're also people of common sense, generally speaking. They have a couple of things that are a little different, but we have to join with them because they get their 3% every year, no matter who's running. And we have to get that 3% because we can't take a chance on Joe Biden winning. He's the worst president in the history of our country by far. We can't have it. But RFK Jr. says bad things. He calls you a terrorist group, and I call you the backbone of America. That's a big difference, wouldn't you say? But under crooked Joe Biden, everything you stand for is under threat like never before. Our Second Amendment, which is largely why you're here, I mean, that's the biggest statement for you. You know, when I go and make speeches at different places, it's always important. But today, this is the big statement. It's under siege. Second Amendment is under siege. Our Constitution is being run through the shredder. Our borders have been obliterated. Inflation continued to rage, and it's raging right now again. And they shouldn't lower the interest rates because they're going to have to stop it. But he's going to lower it just for purposes of trying to win an election, just like he went into the strategic reserves to try and win an election and let this stuff that's supposed to be used for war and national emergencies to try and keep the gas prices down. And now we have the lowest strategic reserves we've ever had. Our country is going to hell. Rapacious gangs and ruthless criminals are terrorizing our streets, and crooked Joe Biden's weakness has us teetering on the edge of World War III. You know, I've gotten to know the leaders of the world very well. The ones in South America that are sending all of their criminals and their prisoners and their gangs into our country intelligently. I'd do the same thing if I was there. I would do the same. I'd do it faster than them. But they're sending everybody into our country. I mean, think of it. We have these people coming into our country. We don't want them in our country. They're from prison. They're gang members. They're drug dealers. They're rapists. We have people coming into our country. No country can sustain what's happening to us. And they don't check them. They have no idea who they are. It's not just South America. It's all over the world. It's time for a president who will replace weakness with strength, turn poverty to prosperity, and vanquish Joe Biden's corrupt tyranny with a great restoration of American freedom. We have to do that. From the very first day that we take back the White House, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. And it's hard to believe when you look at what's happening right now with the inflation and the bad economy. And one of the greatest, I'll just say Scott, I call him Scott. He's one of the great prognosticators on Wall Street, one of the smartest people on Wall Street. He said the only reason the stock market's doing well is because Trump is leading in all of the polls. If Trump wasn't leading in all of the polls, and if Trump doesn't win, you're going to have a collapse like in 1929. So just remember, he said it, but I said it too. I really believe it. I believe it. That's the only thing that's doing well is the stock market. It's doing well because we're doing well. We had a great stock market. But if it didn't happen, it's going to be a very bad time, I think, for our country. But to achieve the future, you have to march into the voting booth and you have to tell crooked Joe Biden, Joe, You're doing a horrible job. You're a horrible president. Like The Apprentice, Joe, you're fired. Get out of here, Joe. You're fired. And let there be no doubt, the survival of our Second Amendment is very much on the ballot. You know what they want to do? They're going to, if they get in, our country is going to be destroyed in so many ways, but the Second Amendment will be, it's under siege. But with me, they never get anywhere, and we need that Second Amendment for safety, forgetting about even going hunting and all of the things that you do. We need it for safety. Because, you know, the bad guys are not giving up their guns. You know that. The bad ones are not giving up their guns. Oh, they will be so happy. If the Biden regime gets 4 more years, they are coming for your guns, 100% certain. Crooked Joe has a 40-year record of trying to rip firearms out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. He's always wanted to do that. And you can't do it. You know, we're the party of common sense now. It's like, I call it the party of common sense. We're conservative and all of that. But we want borders. We want good elections. We have to have a Second Amendment that's meaningful. If we don't, we're going to have levels of death and destruction like this country has never seen before. We're the party of common sense. As we speak, the Biden administration is trying to crush independent firearms dealers by revoking their licenses if they make a single error, even in very unimportant paperwork. You know that. Are there any people in here that have that happen? Because 5 hands go up and said, no, they want to take away your rights. Well, I know that better than anybody. They want to take away my rights better than anybody. Worse than Alphonse Capone. Al Capone was indicted twice. I got indicted 4 times. I never heard the word. What's an indictment? What's an indictment, please? Think of it, I go years and years, I go through all sorts of stuff in New York. I built buildings with the unions, with all the people that are involved. It's a rough business. I never had a question about me. All of a sudden, within a period of like this little tiny period, I got indicted 4 times, and on a civil basis 4 or 5 times, with it all being run from the White House and the DOJ. And I say, Alphonse Capone, the meanest, roughest, most horrendous. I'm looking at some of the people here, like this gentleman, rough guy. Rough guy, he's a rough stand-up. But you know what? You don't want to have dinner with Al Capone, I can tell you that, right? He wouldn't like you. You look too good. He wouldn't like you. He'd say, let's get rid of that guy. Al Capone, remember Scarface, right? Scarface. He is a scar that went from here to here. And he was rough, but he got indicted less than I did. Think of this. My father is up in heaven, and my mother. And my father was tough, but he was a good man. He was a good person, so I know he's in heaven. My mother, I guarantee it. My father, I think. Okay. I think. I'm pretty sure. But he was great. He was a great guy. And they're looking down on me right now. They say, can you believe it, darling? My son, he got indicted so much. And I heard they were going to try and do it a couple of more times, and the White House said, don't do it, don't do it. You're indicting this guy into the White House. There's a little truth to that. There's a little truth. But we have the highest poll numbers we've ever had. We have the highest poll numbers we've ever had. And, you know, there are those, I don't want to ever say this, you know, Bing, I don't know if this is wood or plastic. You can't tell nowadays. I think it's plastic. Is there any wood around? Oh, there's a piece. But we have the best poll numbers we've ever had. And I think a lot of it is the weaponization of justice, or as I call it, the weaponization of injustice, because that's what it is. And they'll use that on these great congressmen that I just introduced, because I have a platform that's a very big platform, and I can tell and talk to the voters, whether it's on television or I can do whatever, I can get it out, and I have done it, and probably a pretty good job. You see this case that's in New York, this fake case with a highly conflicted judge, so conflicted, there's probably no judge maybe in history that's been as conflicted as this guy, and he refuses to recuse himself. But I'm able to talk about things, although I do have a gag order. I can't talk about the things I want to talk about, because what I talk about is just on the surface. Because if I go in, they want to put me in jail. Can you believe they want to put me in jail if I say the truth? So I can't talk about certain things. It says you can't talk about this, you can't talk about that, you can't talk. But those are the best things. But we talk about the things I can talk about. It has to be unconstitutional. Can you imagine? You've won the Republican nomination for President of the United States, and you have a local judge appointed by Democrat politicians. He was appointed. He didn't win the election. He's appointed. And he says, I'm going to put a gag order on the Republican Party's presidential candidate. Think of that. I'm going to put a gag order. So when people ask me questions, I'll have to say, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. And they're easy questions. They're like softballs. They're so easy to answer. But I'm able to speak to the people, and the people understand, and we're well into the 80s and even more than that, and they see how fake it is. And so many of the politicians, like the ones I just mentioned, and others, many of them that aren't here from all over the country, they go to the trial and they watch what's going on. But we had a big day on Friday, didn't we? Didn't we have a big day? But they want to rig that just like they rigged the presidential election of 2020. They want to rig it. This is their form of rigging. And it only happens in third world countries, never happened here. It's a disgrace what's going on. But with me in the White House, the radical gun grabbers will run straight into a very, very powerful brick wall. Their dreams of taking away your God-given rights will die when the polls close on November 5th, 2024. Those dreams that they have will be dead. They will be dead dreams. Every promise I made, every single promise I made to you as a candidate, I kept as your president. Look at all the things we did. Taxes. Think of it. Biggest tax cut in history, biggest regulation cuts in history, greatest economy in the history of our country. Larry Kudlow was on last night. He was on, I think, Sean Hannity, another great guy. A lot of good people out there. We have a lot of great people that get the word out. But Larry Kudlow was out, and he was comparing our economy to Biden's economy. He says, not even close. I mean, we had the greatest economy ever, and he's got an economy that is so bad with inflation, no matter what happened, you can never override. Inflation is a country buster. It has been for hundreds of years. You go back to Germany of old, it's a country buster, and it's busting our country, and it's destroying our people. Just as I pledged back in 2016, I appointed nearly 300 pro-Constitution judges to interpret the law as written. It's a record, by the way. And I faced down vile attacks from the radical left who confirmed 3 great Supreme Court justices, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett. They're great. Oh, they were thrilled when I got through. You know, a lot of presidents get none because they stay in office. They're usually appointed at a young age. It's interesting. I have a friend in New York. He wanted to be a judge so bad. And when he great lawyer, actually. When I won, he called me. He said, wow, do you believe it? A big real estate lawyer, phenomenal talent, and 69 years old. He said, unbelievable how you did this. Can I be honest? I'd love to give up my practice. He makes a lot of money. I'd like to give up my practice, and I'd like to run. I'd like to be a judge. I'd be a great judge, and he would be a great judge. And I called my people, and I told him, don't worry about it. You're going to be a judge. Congratulations. Then I called up my people, and I said, I have a guy from New York who's an incredible lawyer. He's got the right temperament. He'd be a really great judge. Oh, good, sir. How old is he? I said, he's 69, sir. So he's going to be there for 2, 3, 4 years. We like people in their 30s, so they're there for 50 years or 40 years. We don't want, and as soon as they said that, I realized, yeah, they're exactly right. So I called up my friend. I said, you're phenomenal. We love you, love you, love you. But will you guarantee that you're going to be there for 25 years? Well, I can't do that. Good. Then I can't appoint you. It's sort of a shame, actually. He would have been great. But, you know, after 3, 4 years, I say, I think I want to move to Texas, and I want to retire in Texas. A lot of people are moving to Texas. Standing before you at the NRA Leadership Forum in 2019, I revoked America's signature from the globalist United Nations Armed Trade Treaty, which was one of the worst things to happen. But we revoked it. I stood up for our hunters, fishers, and sportsmen like never before. No president has ever stood up for you, the people in this room, like I did, opening up millions of acres of federal land and rolling back Barack Hussein Obama's assault on hunting, fishing, and trapping. It was an assault. He didn't want you to hunt. Why? I don't know. They usually blame the environment. It's the environment. And I stopped cold their efforts to take away your ammunition. You know, those efforts are big. The ammunition, has anyone noticed? They're going after the ammunition. When the radical left Democrats tried to use COVID to shut down gun sales during the China virus, I proudly designated gun and ammunition retailers as critical infrastructure so they couldn't touch it. They tried. Many of the gun dealers are in this room. They came up to me backstage. A couple of them I met. I said, I was so honored to be called critical. I was critical. He was critical. I've never been called critical in my life. You gave me this powerful designation. But we did that, and it really worked. Word critical was very important because that's what it is. We have to save our country. My administration also petitioned the Supreme Court to overturn New York City's unconstitutional ban on transporting handguns outside the home. They say you can't do it, and we overturned it. And in a landmark case 2 years ago, the court affirmed that the right to self-defense does not end when you step outside the front door of your house. We won it. In my second term, we will roll back every Biden attack on the Second Amendment. The attacks are fast and furious, starting the minute that Crooked Joe shuffles his way out of the White House. At noon on Inauguration Day, we will sack the anti-gun fanatic Steve Dettelbach. Have you ever heard of him? He's a disaster. And replace him with an ATF director who respects the sacred rights to keep and bear arms. And remember, every single thing I told you, I did. That's one of the big things is that when I first ran, we ran. And when I first ran, nobody, I did great in business and did a lot of success, even in show business with The Apprentice and all. But, I never did this before. And I said I was going to do certain things. Every single thing, virtually every single thing that I said we're going to give you the biggest tax cuts. I said we're going to give you the biggest regulation cuts. I said we're going to give you Space Force. We're going to rebuild our military, which we did. I said we were going to build hundreds of miles of wall, which we did. We had 200 miles of wall ready to go. And they decided, then we had the rigged election, and they decided not to put them up, and they sold that very expensive wall. It's exactly what the Border Patrol wanted. Exactly. I wanted nice, beautiful 40, 50-foot concrete plank. They didn't like that, and I did everything they wanted. Even the repellent panel on the top, it stops you. It's called an anti-climb panel. You can't climb over it. We had people that climbed Mount Everest. We had all different walls built so that we got the best one. They couldn't climb this one. And I didn't like the panel on top. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but there's an anti-climb panel on top. But it makes it very hard for people to get over the walls. They could scoot up those walls. It was incredible. And we built everything. And now, you know what they did? We had 200 miles that would have been put up. We built 571 miles of wall. And we had the safest border in history. I got Mexico to give us soldiers. All of the things I did. But these people, they took the 200 miles of wall that could have been flipped up and thrown up, and they were sitting there ready to be installed, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. I don't even know what the hell does anybody want that wall for, right? Maybe other countries are buying it to use for their wall, probably. That's it, for 5 cents on the dollar. On day one, we will seal the border. We will stop the invasion, and we will send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home right where they belong. Right where they belong. They're going back home where they belong. And we start with the criminals, and there are many, many criminals. Less than 4 years ago, we had the most secure border in U.S. history. We ended catch and release, built tremendous numbers of miles of border wall like nobody thought possible. I took it out of the military because I considered it an invasion of our country. And I got Mexico to send 28,000 soldiers to our border free of charge. Do you think that was easy to do? I told the president of Mexico, I need 28,000 soldiers free of charge to guard our border. Oh, Donald, oh, President. He was laughing. He thought I was kidding. I said, no, they have to be free of charge. You'll do it. I know you'll do it. There's no question that you're going to do it. They come through Mexico along with the drugs, which, by the way, are now 10 times greater coming through fentanyl and all, coming through our border than it was just 4 years ago. 10 times greater. It's even more than that, I believe, but they're estimating at least 10 times. But I said, I need your soldiers, and you'll give them to us free of charge. He said, no, 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 I will not do that, Donald. He thought it was so funny. I said, do me a favor. And he's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. He's a radical socialist, and that's fine. I don't care. I don't care. But he was a good guy. I said, do me a favor. Look, I don't like negotiating with you. It's sort of unpleasant. I want to negotiate with you people. And I said, so do you have somebody that can negotiate a little bit on this subject and others? And he said, yes, I will send Jose whoever to see you. And a few days later, a man comes into Washington. He had the most beautiful clothing I've ever seen. I'm telling you, he was wearing suits. In fact, other than it probably would sound bad for the negotiation, I wanted to ask him, who is your tailor? But I didn't think that was a good way to start off the negotiation. And I said to him, I want to do this. I went to the Border Patrol and ICE, who are phenomenal people. And I went to everybody who has anything to do with the border and our country and safety and immigration. I said, give me a top 10 list. I want everything. I want everything. I'll get it all. Sir, you won't get any of this stuff. We've been trying to get it for 30 years from Mexico. I said, that's okay. 100% I'll get it. Anyway, they gave us stay in Mexico policy. In other words, people have to stay in Mexico. They don't come into our country, they stay in Mexico. And they gave us catch and release into Mexico, not catch and release into our country. They gave us many things, various illness situations where people that are ill with contagious diseases, right, Doc Ronnie? They pour into our country like it's like, let's just accept everybody and let's spread illness all over our country. So we had that taken care of. We had everything. We had 10. So the guy comes in from Mexico, and I say, here's what I want. I want 28,000 soldiers free of charge. I want remain in Mexico. I want catch and release into Mexico. They never heard of this. And he's like, he's going, President, we won't do that. Why would we do this? Are we stupid? Why would we do this? I said, you're going to do it 100%. Why, you don't think you're going to do it? Of course you're going to do it. No, I'm not going to do it. I said, yes, you are going to do it 100%. He goes, no way. I said, way. I said, way, you're going to do it. And now he's not laughing at me because he's trying to figure what the hell's going on with this guy. He's saying no, and I'm saying yes. I said, no, 100% you're going to do it. He said, no, I'm not. And I said, here's what's happening. It's Friday evening. On Monday morning at 7 o'clock, every single car that you send into our country, you know, they've stolen 32% of our car industry over the years, not during my administration, by the way. But over the years, they've taken a huge chunk out of Michigan. And by the way, that's why I'm leading in Michigan, because people see what they've done to the jobs and the cars and the building, the manufacturing of cars is just horrible. And Mexico has taken a tremendous amount of that business away. I mean, they're building massive car plants again in Mexico. I had it stopped. Some of the biggest plants in the world. You know who's building a lot of them? China is building car plants in Mexico to sell cars into the United States. And I told them the other day, don't do it because you're going to be charged 100% tariff, which makes it impossible to sell the cars into our, and you're building these big monster plants, and you're wasting a lot of money doing it because we're not going to accept any of those cars. We're not going to lose our jobs to monster plants that are being built along the border to sell into the United States because they have a guy like Crooked Joe Biden as president who's accepted money. He's a Manchurian candidate. He's accepted money from China, from Russia, from Ukraine, from everywhere. If that were a Republican, he would have been given the electric chair. They would have brought back the death penalty. What he's gotten away with, he's also the most crooked president we've ever had. And to spin it a little bit, he is a threat to democracy. You know, they like to say, I'm a threat to democracy. What the hell have I done? All I've done is we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS, and we defeated them brutally and quickly. And I said to this handsome, beautiful, well-dressed man, no, you're going to do that because on Monday morning we're putting a tariff of 25% on everything that comes in, and then a month later it's going to 50, and then a month later it goes to 75, and then a month later it goes to 100, and that's where I'm going to stop. I think that's enough. And that's more money than the money we're asking for, the 28,000 soldiers and the other things, by a factor of about 5. And it's going to take place on Monday morning. And I had an order on my desk, and I said, I'm signing the order right now so you can see it. Oh, but Mr. President, may I please take 5 minutes to make a call back to my country? And I said, let me guess, you're going to call the president, my friend, who is my friend. He's a great guy, but he likes Mexico and I like us. I mean, what can I tell you, right? That's the deal. Just like President Xi, he likes China and I like the USA. That's why they paid billions of dollars that no other president got 10 cents. So may I take a moment to make a call? Yes, you may. Please hurry up because I have other appointments. He comes back about 3 minutes later. We have decided to provide you, sir, with 28,000 soldiers free of charge, of course. And it is our great honor to do so. And in addition to that, we will have a stay in Mexico policy where all of these criminals that are coming into our country will stay in Tijuana. You had to see Tijuana. This was breathtaking to see this. They weren't allowed into our country. Got everything. And the woman from the State Department, a very nice woman, very, very good, very loyal to the country, but a lousy negotiator. She said, I've been working on this for 25 years. I said, I've been working on it for about 2 hours and I got everything. I got everything. And then when this guy with no IQ, he's a low IQ individual, our president. Think of this. We have a low IQ individual as our president, and he's dealing with steel. He's dealing with President Xi. We will start negotiation now. There's no games. He's dealing with Putin. He's dealing with Kim Jong-un. He's dealing with Macron of France. That's another one. He charged our companies 25% tax. I said to Mnuchin and the other people, go and tell them we're not going to have our companies pay 25% tax to France. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? I said, you have a week. You get them to withdraw that tax immediately. And they came back and they said, it doesn't work. I said, you have another day and then I'll make a call. And they came back and they said, we can't do it. They've already passed it. I said, that's okay, let me go. Get me Emmanuel Macron of France. Please get me. You don't mind if I go off the cuff for these stupid teleprompters, do you? Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't need a frickin' teleprompter? Isn't that nice? Isn't that a nice thing? So I said, let me handle it. So they're going to charge American companies this massive amount of tax to do business in France. Who the hell wants to do business in France? Why should they do that? So they couldn't do it. They came and said, sir, I'm sorry, sir, it's too late. I said, it's not too late. It's never too late. They're ripping off our country, and it's an embarrassment to our country. It's not too late. I said, get me Macron of France right away. I want right away. And Emmanuel Macron, he's the leader of France, and he's a nice man, but he loves France. They all love their countries or feel an obligation to their country. But they love their country. But I love this country more than I love just about anything, right? I mean, I love my family, too. You know, I always have to preface that because the fake news back there would say, he doesn't love his family. So I always have to preface it. I love my family so much, and I love my country so much. I love things, but I love our country, and I feel an obligation. So I say, I'll do it. Get me Macron. So Macron, leader of France, gets on the phone. Emmanuel, how are you? His name is Emmanuel. Beautiful, beautiful name. especially when it's spoken in French. Emmanuel. Emmanuel, how are you? Oh, Donald, I am so good. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for asking. How's your wife? His wife is lovely, by the way. And I say, how's your wife? My wife is so good. Thank you so much for asking. I said, Emmanuel, I understand that you are going to charge American companies 25% for the privilege of doing business in France. Oh, yes, oh, yes. This was passed by our legislature. Oh, yes, we are doing that. Well, it's not going to happen, Emmanuel. No, Donald, it is happening. No, it's not going to happen, Emmanuel. You're going to withdraw it immediately. I don't care if it's signed or not. It's irrelevant. No, we cannot do that. We cannot do that. This is taking place. We have talked about this for a long time within France. I said, that's good. I talked about this for a long time in my country, too, about 3 hours. And I said, Emmanuel, here's a story. If you don't withdraw that tax immediately, on Wednesday morning, this was a Monday, I work all different days. I don't discriminate. This was a Monday. I said, Emmanuel, if you don't withdraw that tax, I'm going to charge you a 100% tariff on all wine and champagne that comes into the United States, and it will start effective immediately. And he said, no, Donald, you cannot do that. That would be very unfair. I said, no, charging a tax to our company is very unfair. I said, you have 5 minutes to tell me you're going to do it or you're not going to do it. I will call you back, Donald. I must check. He calls me, Donald, I have been able to stop this legislation. And I'm pleased to inform you that we will not be charging you that tax. But now I understand they're charging or they're doing something very similar. And a lot of it's already been passed again because they have a president that's incompetent. And you know what? I have great respect for the office of the president. I would never talk this way. I didn't talk like this until I got indicted. Once they indicted me, I said, the gloves are off. This guy did something that you can't do. Even Hillary Clinton, we didn't want to do that. You don't want to hurt our country like that and divide our country. This guy, this horrible guy, indicted a man that's running for office on the two-party system. Always going to be a two-party system, by the way. They can have all the games they want, but we have a two-party system. It was devised that way. That's good. That's fine. But they took the leading candidate who has the Republican, essentially has the Republican nomination, and very importantly, is leading their candidate by a lot. We're leading in every poll, every single poll, leading in the swing states, everything. And they've indicted him. So they did this in order to hurt his political opponent. This is a political thing. The indictments are nonsense. And you see that when you watch the television and the news reports, even though fake news, CNN, and fake do you know fake Tapper is going to be one of the people? But they said to me the other day, sir, CNN with fake Tap, and he is a fake, but let's see how he does. I think he's under a lot of pressure, to be fair. But fake Tapper is going to be heading up the team that interrogates you. And I said, that's okay. I accept the debate. I accept it. You know why? Because nobody thought he was going to debate. They didn't think I'd accept it. I accept. Then another one called. They put out another one. I said, I accept. They didn't even tell me where it was, who it was. I didn't care. What the hell difference does it make? I mean, you know. So we did something that they were shocked at. They had no idea that, you know, they figured, well, we're not going to do CNN, and we're not going to have Tapper be the guy. And we're not going to have other people involved in that show that, you know, they thought there was no negotiation. I said, I accept anything you want. Let's debate. And now they're shocked. They don't know what the hell to do because they have a debate. But just remember this. We'll go back and finish. You know, there is a genius to what I'm doing. You do know that. I go from here to there, and it all comes back into a beautiful picture. You know, it really, do you notice? It all comes back into a beautiful picture, great memory. It's a beautiful thing. But remember what they're going to do. If this horrible low IQ individual who's representing us, if this horrible person who's done such a bad job, worst president in history by far, if this horrible individual finishes the debate, which I think he will, if he's standing, they'll say it was a brilliant performance. It was a brilliant performance. They've never seen anything like it. Very much reminiscent of the days of FDR. You know, FDR was had a beautiful patrician voice, magnificent voice, great debater, very smart man. You know, FDR, 16 years, almost 16 years. He was 4-term. I don't know. Are we going to be considered 3-term or 2-term? You tell me. Ronnie, what do you think? Are we 3-term or 2-term if we win? But think of it. They're going to say, wonderful. Now, he did that State of the Union the other day. He was high as a kite. So I think we should call for drug tests on the debate. Yeah? We're going to call for drug tests. We're going to call for drug tests. So anyway, so Macron calls. See what I mean? Look, I started. Even I say to myself, you're a frickin' genius. Hey, look, I had an uncle, my father's brother, who's the longest-serving he's the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT. He graduated, he was a phenomenal student, a real genius, really brilliant guy. And, you know, I believe in the racehorse theory. Fast horses produce fast horses. He went to MIT, graduated. They said, we'd love to have you be a professor. He was there for, I think, 41 years. He's the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT. It's nice to know. Do you think Biden has that in his family? I don't think so. I don't think so. I may be wrong. Let's check. Let's check. So Macron calls me back. See, this is the final of the stories. Macron calls me back, and he said, Donald, we have agreed to do what you want. We will not charge the tax. How sad is that? There are so many different things, like buying Air Force One, saying I'm not going to pay for it, and not signing the contract. I said, who negotiated the contract? Barack Hussein Obama. Then I'm not signing it. Well, why would you do that? Because I know it's too expensive. I didn't know anything about the plane. It's too expensive. And I was able to cut $1.6 billion off the price over a period of 2 months with Boeing. We have a lot of stories we could tell. But the saddest thing of all is that crooked Joe Biden has turned your state and the entire country into a dumping ground for the world. In Venezuela, violent crime is down at levels that they've never seen before. It was 67% 3 weeks ago. It's now down to 72%. It's down. Violent crime is down. Would you ever hear that? You know, if it goes down 1%, we say, oh, it's so great. Down 72% because all of their inmates, their mental patients, and the dreck from deep in the basements of their most vile prisons, and they're depositing them all into our country. All their gang members in Caracas, Venezuela. Caracas, wonderful city if you'd like to. Actually, it's going to turn out to be a lot safer than our cities because all the criminals are being sent to us. In fact, I'll invite you. In fact, I have an idea for the NRA. Let's have the next year's meeting in Venezuela where it's going to be a lot safer than our country. Venezuela will have no crime because all of their criminals will be deposited. So, Ronnie, we'll go together. Okay, Congressman Fallon, we're going to go together. We'll all take a trip together, and we're going to go, and we're going to get Dan and the whole group, and we're going to go to Venezuela because we want a crime-free environment, okay? That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Think of it. They're down 72% now from last year in violent crime. Biden wants to disarm American citizens while he floods our country with Biden migrant crime. Now, while we're here, has anyone ever heard of the snake? The snake. Should I do it now or not? Should I? I mean, look, let's face it. It's a Saturday afternoon. We have nothing to do. It's like a time, it's sort of like a Death Valley time. You know, in television terms, they call it Death Valley. When you're on Saturday afternoon, they say you got Death Valley. So let's do this. It's better, right? Isn't this better than going home and turning on television and falling asleep, being bored? Do it? Yes, yes, yes. So this is sort of a metaphor. And it has to do with immigration. And it has to do with the people coming into our country that are wrong. You can't let criminals into our country and expect good things to happen. It's the snake. It was an old rock and roll song, not having anything to do with what we're talking about, and we made certain changes, and it's pretty good, and I think it describes it, and people like it, and they like it a lot, although they're very sad when they hear it because it's what's happening. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty-colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. "Poor thing," she cried, "I'll take you in and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed that vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. "You're so beautiful," she cried, "but if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died." She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, "Thank you, ma'am," the snake gave her a vicious bite. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. "I saved you," cried the woman, "and you've bitten me. But why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die." "Shut up, silly woman," said the reptile with a grin. "You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in." Right? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We're allowing terrorists into our country. We're allowing prisoners and people from mental institutions and insane asylums into our country. And nothing good is going to happen. It's actually a very accurate portrayal of what we're waiting for. We're 100% going to be in big, big trouble. And they're building in numbers that you've never seen before. Even large numbers of Chinese warriors are flowing into our country. They're all aged from 19 to 25. And almost every one of them is a man. What's that all about? 29,000 over the last month and a half. 29,000 people from China, all men, strong as hell. I looked at them the other day on television. I looked at them. I said, wow, they're pretty strong. What are they doing? Building a little army in our backyard? How stupid are these people? How stupid. You know, we're the party of common sense. And I say, it's so important because common sense is the key. Not even conservative. We're very conservative, all that stuff. But we're really common sense. Who wants to have an open border where people can come in totally unchecked, unvetted? Who wants to have high interest rates, high taxes? Who wants to have men being able to play in women's sports? Who wants to have that? Who really wants to have that? Think of it. Who wants it? We're joined today by a very proud Texan, Debbie Douglas. You've read about Debbie. She's become as famous as me, I think. I'm not happy about this, Debbie. We got to put an end to this. No, Debbie's great, and her family ranch in Edwards County is under invasion from the cartels and the illegal aliens. Because of Joe Biden's open border, Debbie has been forced to install steel shutters, steel screens, and reinforced door frames all over her home, including on her 8-year-old granddaughter's bedroom window. She's petrified for the life of her granddaughter. After multiple attempted break-ins and attacks, including an attack when illegal border crossers tried to kick in the door, and break through that window. Debbie's granddaughter is too afraid to do anything. She wants to go home. I want to go home, Grandma. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay here. This place is so dangerous, Grandma. It's so scary. This whole area is a playground, Debbie says. They basically own it. And 4 years ago, it was safe, and nobody came around because that was Trump, and we had the safest border. We had the best border in the history of our country. But today, that beautiful little granddaughter wants to go anywhere but that bedroom in that house. But she said, I'm not going to fear it. I'm not going to let them run me out of here. Debbie is 45 minutes away from the nearest law enforcement. Without her Second Amendment, she's defenseless. She has no chance. That's why Debbie says we are never out of that house without a gun. We have to have a gun. If we don't have a gun, we're dead people. You can't even go out on the porch to have a cup of coffee without being assaulted with people that have weapons. Debbie, I promise you I will get the trespassers off your land, out of our country, and your granddaughter will look forward to going home with you and sleeping with you in that beautiful little bedroom. So I'd like to ask Debbie to come up and tell us quickly and beautifully about how she's doing. And I can only say you're coming up, you're going to be happy, Debbie, because we're going to solve your problem immediately once we get into office. Debbie, please come up. Thank you. Hi, Debbie.
Hi. My son, Scott Douglas, and I have owned a ranch in Edwards County for 12 years. And it's sorry to say that over the last 4, since we've had open borders, it's not safe. Used to, we could go out on the property, enjoy the sights. Now, when we drive around, one of us driving, the other one's looking under cedar bushes for legs and movement. We can't even go out on the property around the house without being armed. We can't go out and sit on the porch and drink a cup of coffee without having a gun on us. My granddaughter can't go out and play without having adult supervision, which she used to could. You know, something's got to be done. If we're out on the property, you're always looking over your shoulder to make sure an illegal isn't coming up on you. When you're approaching the gate, one person is sitting in the car with a gun while the other one is unlocking the gate. In my opinion, there's only one man that can change this. There's only one man that can protect our rights as gun owners. There's only one man that can save this country. And there's only one man that can close our borders, and that is President Trump.
Thank you. Wow. Great woman. Thank you, Debbie. You know, that's sometimes very dangerous to do. Please come up. And they say, and there's only one man, and they say somebody else. I say, that was not good. That was that. But she's an incredible woman and a warrior and a fighter just like you guys, and she's really great, and I appreciate that. I met her son also, and he's fantastic. Real patriots. Joe Biden has heartlessly betrayed his solemn duty to Americans like Debbie, and he sided with the cartels. He's actually sided with these very tough, very smart, very vicious cartels. Crooked Joe does not care one bit about these stories like hers, but I do. I care a lot. Instead of trying to send Texas a restraining order to prevent you from securing your border like Biden has done, I will send you reinforcements. You'll get reinforcements. You're going to get reinforcements. On day one, we will begin the largest deportation effort in the history of our country. It'll be a big one. It'll be a big one, and it'll be something, not that we want to do it. We don't want to do it. We have a big heart, a beautiful heart, but you have to come into our country legally. We're going to change it. We're going to have to come into our country. Isn't it unfair when people are applying to come into our country for 12 years, 14 years, and all of a sudden, millions of people, I believe the real number is 16, 17, 18 million people. By the time we get this guy out of office, who I really believe the vote is, we're leading in polls, but I really believe the vote could be a landslide, because who the hell, we don't want this guy there anymore. He's destroying our country. We don't want him there anymore. As we secure our border, we will also confront the deadly plague of radical Democrat crime that is devouring our country. Every day, radical left Democrat DAs, U.S. attorneys, and judges are setting loose dangerous and bloodthirsty criminals by the hundreds and hundreds and thousands. Joe Biden supports these radical policies. For example, Crooked Joe continues to support abolishing cash bail nationwide. No cash bail. As president, I will stand up to the Marxist DAs and Soros prosecutors, as I have been, by the way, very much over the last couple of years. They have been after me, you may have noticed. And we will give our police back their power and their respect. I am going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left lunatics who are angry that they're taking strong action on crime. We're going to protect them, and we will ensure that any criminal who murders a police officer receives the death penalty and a quick trial. And it's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. All of the persecution you're witnessing is only happening because I am running for president and leading in the polls. If I wasn't running, or if I was like so many others that we've now vanquished, there'd be nothing. There'd be nothing. In the latest New York Times poll, they were not happy about this. The New York Times, we're leading in every swing state by massive margins, and we're on track to win a record share of the Hispanic American votes this November. And likewise, we're doing record numbers with the African American voters. They are tired of what's happening to them. And honestly, there's been no president since Abraham Lincoln, and perhaps in a certain way, including Abraham Lincoln, but there's been no president since Abraham Lincoln that has done more for the black individual in this country than President Donald J. Trump. There's been nobody, not even close. Colleges and universities, criminal justice reform, opportunity zones. Tim Scott did a great job with the opportunity zones, Tim Scott of South Carolina. And we've done more for African Americans than any other president since Lincoln. Let's give Lincoln his due. Okay? But that's the way it is. The Democrats are all talk, no action. I was little talk and total action. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I'm being indicted for you, and never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and we will restore, as we had just 4 years ago, peace through strength. They respected our country, and they respected your president. I will support Israel's right to win its war on terror. On day one, I will cancel Joe Biden's absolutely insane electric vehicle mandate. And we are going to tell Texas energy workers like never before to drill, baby, drill. And as a group, and this is a big group and a beautiful group, and you go right into the deep corners of this big room, but I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. But we're in this together. We got to save our country. And I think while we're here, we have to talk about the question of abortion. It's a very big issue, as you know, in our country, because we have to do the right thing and we also have to get elected. We have a combination. We have to do the right thing, but we have to get elected. We've gotten abortion out of the federal government. You know, for years and years, that's what they wanted. Everybody said, we have to take it away, legal scholars. And we got it back to the states, the way that all of these scholars and experts in law always wanted it and always said it should be. This was the big question. We have to take it out. That's why they hated Roe v. Wade, because it was a federal issue. It wasn't a state issue. They wanted to bring it back to the states and to the people. And it's now up to the will of the people in each state. It's something that nobody can believe we're able to get done. And it's happening, and it's happening rapidly. It's moving along very rapidly. You saw that Nevada just changed their law, and it's going to go to a vote. You saw that Ohio, and in all fairness, they came out on the much more liberal side, if we can use that term. Kansas, likewise, great states, both great states, came out much more liberal in terms of this issue than some people would have thought. But the vote is the vote, and it's the will of the people. Some states will be more conservative and others will be more liberal. But the people will decide, and that's the way it should be, and that's the way people have wanted it to be for many, many decades. If the radical Democrat extremists get their way, they will have a federal law for abortion in the 7th, 8th, 9th month, and even executing a baby after birth. If you look at, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he said, yes, we'll have the patient, the woman brought in the 9th month, and if the baby is born, we will sit down and we will talk to the woman and we'll decide whether or not she wants to dispose of the baby. This is a Democrat, radical Democrat. They want abortion, and they fully allow, and in some cases they have a mandate, they allow abortions in the 7th, 8th, 9th month, and even after birth. And you can't have that. So the fact is, they're the radical ones on this issue, not you. They're the radical ones. But every voter has to go with your heart and do what's right. But we also have to remember that politicians, to do many other things, have to get elected. And I want to thank the 6 Supreme Court justices, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, John Roberts, Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch, and Amy Coney Barrett, for the wisdom and courage they showed on this long-term, very contentious issue. They did what's been wanted for many, many years. Getting it back to the states puts the question where it belongs, with the vote of the people, and over time it will all work out. It is already working out at a rapid rate, and our country can finally come together on this very contentious topic. And I think it's something we have to talk about, because you just have to talk about it. In my opinion, Republicans have not been talking about it intelligently. They haven't been talking about it with knowledge, or they were just wedded to something. But remember, speak from your heart, but you also have to get elected. Again, that's common sense because we have many things to do, very big issues. Like this issue is a big issue, very big issues. So we did something that nobody thought could be done. And, you know, if you go back 10 years, 12 years, the only issue with Roe v. Wade was getting it back to the states where it belongs. And then with time, it gets to be very complex. No, the people are deciding, and they're deciding at a rapid pace. And some will be happy, some won't be happy. But that's true of almost everything that's contentious. But it's been an amazing thing, and people are working very hard to try and get their points across, and they're dealing with their states, and a lot of things are working out very, very well. So it's a very important thing, and I just hope that the Republicans learn how to speak about it properly and with intelligence and with heart. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation, Washington, D.C. It's like a murder capital of the world, and clean up, renovate, and rebuild our wonderful capital so that it no longer is a nightmare of murder and crime, but rather it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. We're going to renovate and rebuild, and we're going to take the graffiti out. I was there recently on a court case, of course, court case. I get so many court cases. I'm going to end up being Clarence Darrow. I'm going to end up being one of the greatest of all time. I'm becoming a great expert at the law. And I'm driving into a federal courthouse, and the graffiti all over the place is unbelievable. It's staggering. The roads are full of potholes. The medians in the middle, you know, the guardrails are all broken and laying, some of them literally laying in the street. The garbage is piled up and disgusting. Cans are laying there for many months. You know, you look at a can. I know how long it's been there. Some of them have been there for, I would say, more than a year. It's filthy dirty. We're going to make our capital strong again. We're going to run our capital. We're going to take our capital over by the federal government. It's going to run properly, not the way it's run right now. It's a murder capital. People are being murdered every single week. Murdered. They leave the great state of Texas to go see our capital. They want to see our monuments, which some want ripped down. Remember when I passed a law when they were starting to get a little bit crazy in Washington? And I passed a law that anybody that touches a monument goes to jail for 10 years, not 6 years or 9 years or 9.5, 10 years, mandatory. And everybody left. It was amazing. It was a beautiful thing to watch. Everybody just left. We have to be strong on things like that. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And also on day one, I will keep men out of women's sports. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech in America. And I will secure our elections. And by the way, our goal on election will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. It's very simple. Very simple. But until then, Republicans must win. And gun owners must vote. You must go and vote. We want a landslide that is, here's the expression, too big to rig. Does that make sense? Because, you know, you get at a certain point, you get big enough with the victory and they can't do anything. That's the ultimate form of winning anyway. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration has done. And now I think I could add more. You know, if you were with me 6 months ago, and I think everybody was, I used to say the 5 worst. Now I say the 10 worst. I think I could probably say the 15 or 20 worst. He's the worst president we've ever had. The good news is Jimmy Carter is happy because Jimmy Carter's presidency is brilliant by comparison. Jimmy had a brilliant presidency by comparison to this guy, this horrible, horrible president that we have right now. Jimmy Carter had a brilliant presidency. So if you want to save America in your Second Amendment, register, get an absentee or mail-in ballot, vote early or vote on Election Day, I don't care. But whatever you do, you have to vote, and keep your eyes open. When you see thievery and theft, you report it. We're not going to have COVID where they can cheat and use COVID to cheat. This election season in Texas begins on October 19th. Think of that. We're so close, and yet it seems so far away. We're so close, but 4 months and 5 months is actually, in this world, it's an eternity. You could have a world war during this period of time. But it begins on October 19th and goes all the way to November 5th. Today we are also announcing the launch of Gun Owners for Trump. Gun Owners for Trump. And this is to get out the vote. Sign up at gunowners.donaldjtrump.com. Get out there and do it. We have to get the votes. And remember, what I told you is so true. The gun owners don't vote. It's so crazy. They should be, I would think that they would vote more than any other group of people. And it's just the opposite. They don't vote. And they have to get out and vote. So tell all your friends, leave here. I hope you're having a good time. Are you having a good time considering the subject matter is so terrible? So this is going to be, again, the most important election in the history of our country. I used to say it on 2016, but that was peanuts by comparison. I ran on the border in 2016, but that border was like fantastic compared to the border we have now. I solved the border problem, so much so that I couldn't use it in the 2020 speeches. I kept saying to my people, can I talk about the border, please? They said, sir, you've solved the problem. Nobody wants to hear about it. I said, that's not appropriate, but they were right. And yet we won by millions of votes more than we did in 2016 without talking about the border. But now the border is at a level that nobody's ever seen. There's never been a border in the world, in the history of the world, that's like this. This is a horror show. In conclusion, together, we are taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting against may be, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. And you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. From Beaumont to El Paso, from Fort Worth to Corpus Christi, and from Midland to Dallas, this state was won by God-fearing, hard-working patriots like the men and women in this room today. Incredible people. It's an incredible state. You have a great governor. You have a great lieutenant governor. You have incredible Congress people. You have just fantastic people. The Texas spirit of proud independence was forged by cowboys and cattle hands, ranchers and rangers, oil workers, soldiers, and brave, brave, brave pioneers. Many came here with nothing but the boots on their feet, the clothes on their back, and the gun in their saddle. But they turned this state into a home of freedom, justice, and liberty. And they raised the flag high and dared any foe to come and take it. Do you know what that is? Come and take it. Come and take it. Together they helped make America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. Nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 58 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest levels in our history. We are no longer energy independent or energy dominant as we were just a few short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production while at the same time substantially increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska or elsewhere in our land. We gave up Anwar, the greatest reserve perhaps anywhere in the world. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal, yet everybody knows that the Green New scam is fake and will lead to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars, despite the fact that they don't go far, they cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but it is not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful army tanks the best anywhere in the world, all electric, so that despite the fact that they also are not able to go far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they also want to make our fighter jets with a green stamp of energy savings, though losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels never seen before. Where and who are these people that would do this to our country? Who are these people who would ruin us and make us look like fools? We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the U.S. just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a stupid thing and so self-destructive yet? Can we be energy independent and even energy dominant again? Yes, oh yes, and quickly, says President Trump. Yes, oh yes, and quickly. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world behind, and also abandoning Bagram, one of the biggest military bases anywhere in the world and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we are a nation that allowed Russia and Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. Likewise, the horrifying attack on Israel would never have happened. They wouldn't have even had a thought of doing such a thing if President Trump was in the Oval Office. Iran was broke under the Trump administration. They didn't have the money to fund Hamas or Hezbollah and all of the other instruments of terror that they used to finance. But those sanctions were lifted by a corrupt Biden administration, and now Iran is a rich country with $200 billion and another $6 billion for hostages and $10 billion for electricity to Iraq, all compliments of the incompetent Biden administration. And China with Taiwan is next. We are a nation that allows radical left terrorists to violently attack our cities, leaving behind massive destruction and death, and nothing happens to the criminals that do these terrible things. There is no punishment. But when people who love our country protest on January 6th in Washington, they become hostages, unfairly imprisoned for long periods of time. We are a third world nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never before. We've got a federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and say it was fact. Where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation, and the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was, and the Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired, in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war, which would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the previous world wars because of the weaponry that no one even wants to think about. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering the false indictments of Donald J. Trump, who has done nothing wrong except win an election against Hillary Clinton, which some people thought he was unexpected to win. We are a nation that, with free speech no longer allowed, and it is no longer allowed, and if we don't win the next election, it never will be allowed again. And where crime is rampant and out of control like never, ever before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And less than 4 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world and to become partners. And perhaps most importantly, we're a nation that is no longer admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. We are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even God. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the bottom of every single list. We are a nation that just sold a once great company, United States Steel, to Japan. We are a nation whose stock market's continued success is contingent on MAGA winning the next election. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods but with no retribution. Where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and all other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than groceries to feed our beautiful families. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation which is incapable of solving even the simplest of problems. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers, where each dealer is responsible for the death during their lives of at least 500 people or more. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hopelessly dying in their arms, screaming, "What can I do? What can I do?" We are a nation whose once revered airports are dirty, a crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave, and they have no idea when they will, where the ticket prices have tripled. They don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't seek the qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what the hell they're doing. We are a nation that screens its citizens viciously at all ports. But if you're an illegal alien, you're allowed to flow through the border by the millions and millions and millions. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and strength. We are a nation that has quite simply lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was the hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it is the hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will drain the swamp, and we will liberate our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield, we will never give in, we will never give up, we will never, ever, ever, ever back down. With your support, we will go on to victory, the likes of which no one has ever seen, and we will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House on November 5th, 2024. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much to the NRA, and thank you, Texas. Thank you very much. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
We are live here at NRA convention at the K. Bailey Hutchison, downtown Dallas. President Trump wrapping up a very powerful speech here. And my biggest takeaway, as you can see the crowd walking out right now, my biggest takeaway with this speech is the fact that we need to have NRA members to go out and vote. I had often said, and I have heard the fact, that many in the outdoors sector, many people with NRA, members of NRA, were some of the lowest voter turnouts that we had in this country. And President Trump said it earlier, if we could just get these gun owners out to vote in November, we've got this. And of course, all the other sectors that he's really gained on, the Hispanic vote, African American vote, a lot of the inner city vote that he's getting that he did not get in 2016 or 2020, but he's got it in 24 so far if you show up and vote. But the NRA members historically have not been a huge percentage of voters, and I think that is something that President Trump really wanted to hammer down tonight here in Dallas. And obviously talking about the border, Governor Greg Abbott coming out prior to Trump's speech, talking about the border, talking about sending immigrants across this country, and of course joked about, oh yeah, I'm sending them to New York as well. So great pre-show here, good crowd, good energetic crowd. Of course, this does kind of the pinnacle of the multi-day stop here in Dallas on this convention. So this is pretty much the final show here. There's still some, from what I understand, some educational classes that are going on. I do want to thank our sponsors for tonight. Our biggest sponsor, obviously, is you. Thanks for watching. But we also have Birch Gold. If you want to secure your future, your financial future, and your security and your retirement, contact our friends over the Birch Gold Group. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Also, the Wellness Company. We've talked about the pandemic. You talked about the shutdowns here during this speech. Don't be caught unprepared. Our friends at the Wellness Company has this emergency kit. Go check it out. Information for that is on your screen. Don't forget to put in the promo code to get a special discount as well. Plus, the accomplishments of President Trump. We can never talk enough about it, but you can read about it in freetrumpbook.com. The website, freetrumpbook.com. Don't forget to use the promo code for that. Plus, there is a small shipping and handling fee on this book, but it makes a perfect gift for anyone in your church, community center, school, or even given to your grandkids. And also, Tax Network USA, Tax Network USA. There's nothing worse than having anxiety of owing back taxes, and our friends there want to help you. They have helped thousands of our viewers on back taxes. So whether or not you owe $10, go pay that, by the way. $100, $1,000, doesn't matter, from a year or 10 years, they can help you with your tax issues. Tax Network USA, go check it out as well. Plus, don't forget to donate at our website. Once you go to our website, you can click on donations. It's safe and secure. You can do a one-time donation. You can do a reoccurring donation as well. Remember, that's how we got our start. That's how we got funded, was from viewers like you. So I urge you to continue to go to the website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, and do that as well. Plus, don't forget to sign up for our newsletter, as it is safe and secure. You'll get the information you need to know. Just go click on a couple of things, of questions. You'll get that newsletter sent to your inbox. Grace Saldana and our team of editors at Right Side will give you the news you need to know. All right, so I addressed this at the top of the show, how this would be my last broadcast with Right Side Broadcasting Network. I appreciate all of you inviting me into your homes and making it a part of your nightly routine at every Trump event. I really appreciate it. Thanks for all your outpouring of support. And better yet, thank you for Right Side for being so loving towards me while I was here. And as I'm out the door, you guys have been nothing but gracious to me, and I deeply, deeply, really appreciate it. Will behind the camera, fist bump on that, one last time on that. And all you guys at home, continue to support this network, continue to donate to this network. This network does amazing things, and I don't want you guys to stop believing in what they're doing here. All right, until next time, everybody, as I say, good night, God bless from Dallas. I will see you again for sure. Have a good night.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide.
In channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys and stay safe out there.
Blackout Coffee. Fresh roasted, bold flavors, serving heroes on the front lines.
Blackout! Blackout coffee, baby! Blackout coffee!
From the ingredients we use to the values as a company we have, quality is something Blackout Coffee drinkers expect. But where did it start? Meet John.
Our thought process in the beginning was to make a coffee for all the everyday American that works hard, plays hard, and never stops. We actually started playing around with the beans, and we came up with different types of beans to make a really strong coffee that does not give you the jitters.
My name's Doc, and I am the lead roaster for Blackout Coffee. To me, I've tried all sorts of different coffee, even the smaller independent brands, and Blackout's just different. It tastes different. And I actually came across them while working for a different company, and I could smell the roast going on, and I'm like, I need to try that one. It's not coffee, not to me. It's freedom.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.